Okay. I call to order this regular board meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board. The time is 6:06 p.m. on May 24th, 2021. As a reminder, the Governing Board of Scottsdale Unified School District number 48 is resuming its public meeting recessed on May 18th, 2021 at the following date and time, May 24th, 2021 at 6 p.m. The board meeting is being held virtually. Members of the public will not be permitted to attend this meeting in person, but they are able to view the public portions of this meeting online at the usual live stream site through our YouTube channel. We will now move to the Pledge of Allegiance. If all persons attending could please mute their mics. Vice President Sanowski, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Sanowski. We will now move to a roll call of board members present. I will call on each board member, and if you could just say whether you were present, that would be helpful. Board Member Lindsay.
Present.
Board Member Hart-Wells.
Present.
Board Member Beckman.
Present.
Vice President Sanowski.
Present.
All 5 board members are present and there is a quorum. We will now move to agenda item 2D, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda as presented?
Yes, President Greenberg, I would like to pull item 8N, authorization of the expenditure tennis court renovation for Saguaro High School.
Thank you. Are there any other amendments that board members would like to make to the agenda as presented? I would like to move agenda item 7A, Student Advisory Board May presentation, Arcadia High School and Coronado High School, to just before agenda item 4, student and staff recognitions and celebrations. Are there any further changes to the agenda as presented? The chair moves to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sanowski seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve the agenda as amended. All in favor say aye.
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 The motion carries 5-0. We will now move to agenda item 3, public comments notification. Please note that individuals who submitted an intention to speak at the call to public on May 18th, 2021 will be provided an opportunity to speak by telephone or remote platform during today's public comments section. If you could please call the dial-in number that we sent you during the superintendent's comments, which is agenda item 5 tonight, so that we can place you in the queue and that you may be properly called upon, that would be greatly appreciated. If we did not send you a call-in number, you can please email the board secretary, Gladys Wagner. Her email is gwagner@susd.org. Again, that is gwagner@susd.org. We will now move to agenda item 7A, Student Advisory Board May presentation, Arcadia High School and Coronado High School. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, and members of the Governing Board. Tonight, we are pleased to have the final presentation from representatives from the Student Advisory Board. We have, throughout the course of the year, had updates not only from the board, but from our individual high schools. And the last 2 high schools to present are Arcadia and Coronado. So I would like to begin by introducing Trex Jones, who is the president-elect of the Student Advisory Board, and he'll begin with their presentation, and then he'll turn it over to his fellow colleague to complete the student presentation this evening.
Hello, members of the board. Here's Arcadia Spotlight. Next slide, please. Sorry, thank you. Arcadia has had interventions. We've had interventions on Saturdays from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m. and PTO has provided lunch for these, or breakfast for these students, and it's all voluntary. 50 to 60 students go to it every Saturday. And we have also added afternoon interventions during the 2 Thursdays. And this has reduced failures from 2019 to 2020 by 8%. And we have also included another program called FAST, free after school tutoring. It's 3 times a week. This program was part of our school last year, and it was very helpful. I went to it a couple of times, and it really helps students out. Now AP capstone. Next slide, please. So we have AP classes. These AP classes some are AP seminar and pre-AP algebra, or pre-AP programs like Algebra 1. So these are helping students, like ninth grade students come in and are very excited about this because it's more options for them to pick classes and more opportunities for these students. And we're also partnering with College Board to provide pre-AP programs for Algebra 1 and Geometry next year. So for lunch, we have had concerns for COVID-19, but these have been solved with the Adirondack chairs. These chairs have been nice because before we had a lot of benches and a lot of tables that were bunched together, but these chairs have helped spread us out and be safe during lunch and are very nice to the campus and have been very nice to sit in. Now, next slide, please. This is the athletics. So POM has won state championships. Boys were first in swim championships. And the student was Grant Stannard. The girls were state runner-ups, and that was Haley Chesno. And boys golf team were state runner-ups, and volleyball was Final Four. And for academics, first semester principals list, we had 441 students recognized, 92 seniors being recognized at senior award night, and we're increasing to 4 dual enrollment courses for math next year. Also, the Seal of Biliteracy, 20 students have earned. The 2021 Fine Arts Proficiency Seal recipients, 4 students have earned. The CTE distinction, 163 students have earned. 3 national merits finalists and 1 national merit scholar. And now to Coronado with Giselle and Anisha.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
Hi. My name's Anisha. No, we can't see it. So, good evening to all governing board members.
My name is Giselle Rojas. I'm a sophomore at Coronado High School.
And my name's Anisha Anderson, and I'm also a sophomore at Coronado High School.
And we're both here to present the points of pride for Coronado High School. Next slide, please.
Okay, so the first slide here is the motto that we have on Coronado campus, saying every day at Coronado campus, we engage, we empower, we excel, we elevate, we enrich within a safe and supportive environment. Next slide, please. You can move on to the next slide. I can't really see the Google.
Jonathan, are we having a technology issue so that we can let our students know to hold on for a moment?
Yep, one brief minute.
While they're working on getting the technology back up and running, if I may add, one of the reasons why we wanted to move this presentation forward is this is final exam week, and we want to respect the time of our students who are preparing for those final exams so that they can do well. And so with that, I just will turn it back to our students to continue their presentation. Thank you.
All right. So here at Coronado, a big one, a must, is celebrating our success. We do that by giving treats for great attendance. That can be pizza and ice cream. During our AZ Merit testing days back in April, snacks after school, I looked forward to that. And also the cords for academics and AP participation and our senior awards. I enjoyed just seeing the joy on their faces, and I'm also looking forward to that. And the Excellence in Spirit and Pride lunch-ons, and Dawn challenges, peer-to-peer interaction, positive culture, and door decorating. Everyone enjoys that here at Coronado. Next slide, please.
Why is it unmuting?
Is it possible to play the video from within the PowerPoint?
Oh, so it appears that the slides were sent as a PDF, and the video was not hyperlinked in the PDF when it was created, so we don't have access to it. Do we have another file, PDF file that we could send over, and we can continue with the presentation and then move back to this? Because I would like to, if possible, see this video. I think the public would like to see it as well.
I could ask one of the teachers if they can email it to me quickly.
Okay. Yeah. Do we want to do that? I think that would be a good idea. And if we can't get it, then we can share it publicly to everyone present later on in the meeting.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I will share it to you guys later on in the meeting, so I don't really take too long.
Thank you. No, please take your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this slide is pre-AP, and as you can see, there's a video with all of the students basically explaining their experience with the pre-AP program. So the College Board partnered with Coronado to create courseworks for all English 1, English 2, and World History classes. This program was designed to empower all students to experience high levels of success, and it also aligns with the Coronado goals of implementing Regis first best instruction every day to every student. Next slide, please.
Mentioned in the previous slide about pre-advanced placement. Hopefully we can get a look at that video. But Coronado has the largest achieving college education ACE program in the district with 25 graduates. And we also, at Coronado, we have JAG. It's only offered here at Coronado, and it's currently with 30 JAG students enrolled, made up with seniors and juniors. And we also have a Coronado Foundation for the Future Promise Scholarship with 13 students, and all those are the names of the students. Next slide, please.
So here are the activities that we have on campus. This semester we had prom, Interact Club, NHS, dance, Spirit Club, student versus staff kickball games. So the pictures that you guys see below are from prom on May 1st, which I helped along with my Stugo members plan for all the students. They also enjoyed it. They said it was the best to enjoy themselves basically for the last year, even the seniors. Next slide, please. Okay. So this one is other pictures of other activities. The first one on the left is the dance concert, which I also participated in. And the middle one is the senior signing day. The third picture is the Interact Club first field trip of the semester. And this is also the art club. And the last photo is the NHS ceremony, which Giselle and I got initiated into. Next slide, please. This slide is athletics. We have 167 total athletics, and some sports that we have is girls basketball, girls softball, boys basketball, boys soccer, and girls tennis. And below are the pictures of some of the activities that we had this semester. Next slide, please.
So we are able to watch the pre-AP video, and we can watch this video on Gear Up as well, because it has been shared with us. Would you, Anisha and Giselle, would you like us to first play the pre-AP video?
You could, yeah, sure, that's fine.
Thank you. Kyle, would you be able to pull that up?
The pre-AP curriculum has been phenomenal for our students this year. It's given them an opportunity to challenge themselves, but it's also given them a chance to slow down and really focus on specific skills. We've increased the rigor of our students every single day, and we've challenged them to ask questions and to build thinking that they maybe didn't have before. Our students are learning at an impressive rate. They're doing learning checkpoints once a unit, and every single time they're improving their scores. We're really proud of the success of the pre-AP curriculum so far, and we can't wait to see what comes with the next coming years.
The thing I like most about pre-AP is that we get to talk about like more relative topics. Like right now we're talking about vaccines, and we're also going over legal cases that are relevant to things that are going on like in society today.
What I like most about the pre-AP curriculum is the fact that it's slow paced, and that there's checkpoints which other classes don't have. The checkpoints are helpful because it helps us like know where we at and where we need to improve.
What I like about the pre-AP curriculum is the relatable topics that we talk about to our current situation in the world.
What I like about pre-AP is that we can relate to our history and our present and combine it and learn how history has changed over time, and that some things are still in the process of changing, but we like get to learn like a lot more like than my other classes.
What I like about my pre-AP classes is that it's like one of my favorite classes that I have of English and history, because I get to like learn a little bit more about like stuff that's going on in the present day.
One thing I like about pre-AP curriculum is I've been able to like read more like long texts and analyze them better than I could have before.
Something I like about pre-AP is the way it's formed. Like, it's not too fast, but it's not too slow either. And the structure of it all, it's really nice and like good paced.
Pre-AP challenges me. Like in the past, I haven't gotten challenged in all my honors classes, but pre-AP challenges me.
The difference between my pre-AP classes and my other classes is that I really enjoy my pre-AP classes in my English class and my world history class. I find them really enjoyable, and I feel like they're like they don't stick to like the textbook. Like they could actually like talk more freely and openly about stuff.
I would have to say that the thing different, as I mentioned before, would be the checkpoints. Other classes are like rush things. The checkpoints help us to understand like the specific areas that we need to focus on more, which eventually help us for writing materials.
The difference between a pre-AP class and my other classes is that this one has checkpoints, which relatively helps us understand more about what we're learning without forgetting it over time.
The difference between my pre-AP classes and other classes is that in other classes, it seems like they just throw you the textbook on you and you have to figure it all by yourself, when in my pre-AP classes, I get to hear other people's thoughts more, understand people's like thinking, and then combine it and then see like get a big topic and like understand it way much better.
They're like more advanced, and like I get to like socialize more with other kids and like understand from their view of what the teacher's been teaching us, and getting helped much better with the teachers as well.
My pre-AP class is a little more well-paced compared to my other classes. I'm able to learn at my own speed and be able to connect with the other students around me.
A lot of classes, they're like super fast and hard to comprehend, but it's really nice to ask questions and do good. And that's what's good about this class.
Other classes are kind of easy. Like when I say it really challenges me, like I struggle, but in a good way. Like it's helping me, and I see myself getting better every time we do like a multi-paragraph analysis.
Greatest accomplishment in my English class would probably be that I've improved my vocabulary and I have a like wider range. And I've also I've learned to write way better. My writing has gone like from okay to like way better than it is now. Well, no, better than it was before.
I think my greatest accomplishment would be being able to write an essay with fluent transitional phrases, the thesis statement, and the hook as well.
My greatest accomplishment in my pre-AP class has to be being able to write much more better and becoming much more literate and learning new words throughout the process.
My greatest accomplishment in my pre-AP classes is that I honestly feel more confident about my essays, and I feel like I put more grammar, seeing how my essays have evolved throughout my middle school years and now in high school. I really think I've improved, and I really like my essays now.
One of my greatest accomplishments has to be writing an essay by myself, because I'd always be like struggling and like doubting about like if it's gonna be good or not. But like ever since having the pre-AP classes, I've had like more confidence with myself.
My greatest accomplishment this year has probably been my ability to read and analyze texts, as well as gain more independence with writing.
Greatest accomplishment in English class is learning how to phrase a paragraph and to write an essay.
Being able to write multiple paragraphs, and I'm starting to get better at forming a thesis statement.
What I like best about pre-AP as a first-year teacher is the accountability that it gives me to make sure that I am going slowly enough and hitting all of those building blocks that my students need. It's easy to get off track throughout the day-to-day planning, but pre-AP gives me the perfect framework for my students to make sure that they're understanding the fundamental building blocks of argumentative writing as sophomores. I also like that the learning checkpoints give me an overall holistic view of the data that shows whether or not my students are growing and allows me to check in both formatively and summatively with them all throughout the curriculum. It's a great way for students to see progress and to see them pushing themselves throughout the year in their writing, in their academic vocabulary, and in their reading of complex nonfiction texts. My students have read things from nonfiction articles all the way to Supreme Court cases, and the pre-AP curriculum has led them through that and scaffolded them to a point where they are able to do that and understand clearly the different elements of nonfiction text that they need in order to write and read argumentative writing.
So I think my favorite thing about bringing the pre-AP program to Coronado High School is seeing our kids in our classrooms truly thrive. They are engaging in rich conversations with one another. They are using evidence to support their ideas. And the other thing I really like about it has been the positive impact it's had on our teachers. Our teachers are collaborating, they're talking about data with fidelity, and they're talking about creating a better learning experience for kids. Our kids are so smart and they're so capable, and this pre-AP program for English and world history has just allowed our kids to have the confidence to take their learning to the next level. They are articulate, they are respectful, they use evidence, and I'm just so proud of all that they've accomplished. And every single learning checkpoint, they have shown improvement, they have shown growth, and that's phenomenal here at Coronado. I could not be prouder of our first year as a pre-AP school, and I am so excited to see what happens as we bring on more pre-AP classes next year.
Thank you. And if we could return to the PowerPoint presentation.
All right, so next is Gear Up. All of these bullet points are mentioned in this video. So Gear Up helps connect students with different resources to ensure success after graduation. This could mean a tutoring. This can also mean speaking to an adult on campus after education after high school. Gear Up maintains contact with students after graduation in order to help with transition periods. A transition period could be very confusing and just not knowing who to talk to, but Gear Up has open doors for all of this information, and they also elevate the level of success reached by our students. Gear Up also helps students throughout their time at Coronado finding their spark and figuring out what they want to do after graduation.
Gear Up stands for Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programs. We provide free services to Coronado families with the goal of preparing students for post-secondary education. This program is designed based on the 5 E's of equity.
Engaging students starts day one of freshman year. Building a strong foundation of skills like time management and study strategies sets students up for success throughout high school and beyond.
We empower students by providing financial aid advising in order to help them see that college is attainable, regardless of their socioeconomic status.
We help students excel by encouraging them to enroll in appropriate rigorous courses in the pre-AP, AP, and dual enrollment programs. Gear Up also encourages students to connect with support resources like tutoring when needed.
Gear Up maintains contact with students after graduation in order to provide transitional support and elevate students in their first year of college.
Through parent and family workshops, advising, and community engagement, our goal is to enrich Coronado with a college-going culture that will last beyond our program's grant.
Despite COVID, our students have risen to the challenge and exceeded our expectations.
We want to highlight the work we have done in the past year and what students have accomplished. Take a look.
And then we have Teen Town Hall. Coronado hosted different community agencies to address mental health, healthy relationships, substance abuse, suicidal prevention. And students had the opportunity to express their concerns with topics, meaning they can ask questions to the different community agencies and meeting with the community leaders. Next slide, please. And me and Nisha want to say thank you for listening, and if you guys have any questions and comments.
Thank you, Anisha and Giselle. Are there any board member questions or comments?
Yes.
Vice President Sanowski and then Board Member Beckman.
Yes, I'd like to ask our students what they think we could do as a district to improve the outcome and the process of the teen town halls.
I think like what you guys should do is like monthly, keep on having those things, because I feel like it will give the teens more opportunity to come and talk to you instead of like having it every year, just every month where like we can just come and talk to you guys about any issues.
Thank you for your feedback. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I would say more awareness for the town halls and just more advertisement. That's about it.
Thank you, Trex. Board Member Beckman.
I appreciate that question. It's nice feedback. I just quickly wanted to say thank you. In this year, which I know everyone is talking about, was a little crazy, and having you guys present to us in times when we actually hadn't seen students for a while was the highlight of most of our meetings. So I do appreciate your time and all of the effort that you put into these presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for moving us up on the agenda.
Are there any other Board Member Lindsay?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to you guys tonight. I was blown away by these presentations. Learned a lot, and thank you just in general to the Student Advisory Board for all the work you guys did this year. And also a big thank you to Caroline Carter, the outgoing president, for all the work that she did this year as well.
Thank you, Board Member Lindsay. Board Member Hart-Wells.
I'm just going to add my thanks, my grateful thanks to all of you for participating, particularly this year. And I want to wish you the best on your finals.
And I also want to say thank you to you all, because if you guys didn't come to the decision of allowing us to have events, it would be a boring semester, but all the students enjoyed the opportunity of going to prom and basically enjoying themselves for the last year.
Well, I would just like to join my colleagues and say thank you. I do have one comment for our Coronado reps, or one question for our Coronado reps, and then just a brief comment. But with the pre-AP programs that you have, the ACE and JAG, and all those great programs that we got to watch today, really phenomenal. Are there any other programs or courses of study, classes that you or your fellow students have said, this would be great to have here at Coronado? And Trex, the same question to you for Arcadia.
Not any more AP classes, but more hands-on stuff, more like old trade school kind of things. I had a few friends talk to me about it. They're more like how we used to have mechanical and wood shop, more just trade items and trade opportunities.
Anisha, Giselle, do you hear anything like that?
No, not really. Mostly like the pre-AP, that's the good one. Like all the students enjoy it. They really like a challenge.
I'd like to add on that we should try or kind of like welcome in like the idea of having like different unique electives, just because I know that during COVID and there's a lot of like new things online and a lot of like new interests from students. I had a classmate, she mentioned how she would want something with fashion and all of that, just because she, got the interest. And yeah, just unique and different electives in this upcoming school year.
Thank you. I really appreciate that feedback. And I would just say I really loved the presentations tonight. I thought it was wonderful seeing the students in the pre-AP course. I'm glad we got to watch that video. I think that pre-AP course, that video really spoke to what I enjoyed as a student, and it seems like what you all enjoy as students, and that is the ability to work with your fellow classmates and talk about interesting ideas, current events, discuss your ideas, formulate essays and research topics, argue your points. And I think that really goes to what we hope to do as a district, and I'm sure all site leaders, and that's, provide you the skills so that you can be successful in whatever you choose to do later on in life. And I think that being critical thinkers, being able to write coherent arguments, all of that blends into one another and makes us a great district. And at the end of the day, if you are all happy, that makes the board happy, because that's the key. So thank you all so much. Good luck on your final exams, and I appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The board will now move to agenda item 4, student and staff recognitions and celebrations. Dr. Menzel.
Good evening again, President Greenberg, Vice President Stanowski, and members of the governing board. As you know, this is the final meeting while school is still in session. And it's a tradition, longstanding tradition in Scottsdale, that we celebrate many student successes and some staff milestones. While we're unable to do it in person this evening, it doesn't in any way diminish the celebration that we want to have and how we can uplift all of the great things and accomplishments this year. I appreciate your willingness to help share the good news. And tonight we're going to start at the elementary level and ask Board Member Lindsay to begin with that part of the celebration.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. It is my honor to tell you about Anasazi Elementary School third grader McKenna Vick. McKenna has earned the distinction this year of having the best cursive writing among third graders in Arizona, and not just in public schools, but all schools. She is the third grade state level champion in the 2021 Xander Bloser National Handwriting Contest, now in its 30th year. You may recall the process of going from printing to writing in cursive is not an easy transition. McKenna's cursive skills are due in no small part to a community member who has made teaching handwriting to Anasazi students her mission for many years now. Thank you, Ms. Marilyn Harrer, for your dedication to our students and for finding a way to maintain that connection with them virtually during the pandemic. We are so grateful to you, Ms. Harrer, and so proud of McKenna for taking her instruction to heart. Congratulations. Moving on to middle school, we are happy to tell you about the recent accomplishments of Cocopa Middle School 7th graders, Finn Feldman and Theo Josephs. At the encouragement of Cocopa gifted specialists Sandy Flayton, Finn and Theo participated in the Phoenix Holocaust Association's Student Writing and Art Contest this spring. Finn created a stunning drawing and was awarded first place in the contest's visual art category. Theo wrote an essay describing what he learned from listening to the testimony of a Holocaust survivor. Theo placed second in the writing competition. Congratulations, Finn, and congratulations, Theo. And thank you, Mrs. Flayton, for your sensitivity in making this chapter of human history relatable to your students. Dr. Menzel?
Thank you, Board Member Lindsay. At this time, Board Member Beckman is going to tell us about some outstanding high school national award winners. Board Member Beckman?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Menzel. I'm pleased to take part in the celebration of Arcadia High School freshman Gabriella Newkey. I hope I said that right. Gabriella has been selected as one of 10 tribal youth to serve as a National Earth Ambassador this year for an organization called Unity, whose goal is to help build the next generation of Native American leaders. Gabriella represents the Navajo and the Choctaw tribes. She came to Unity's attention because of her project growing traditional native crops in an urban home garden space. donating that produce to Native nonprofits and teaching seed-saving practices so others can grow their own crops. As an Earth Ambassador, Gabriella and her 9 fellow ambassadors are part of an environmental stewardship and a leadership program through which they will increase their knowledge of environmental issues affecting American Indian tribes and learn ways of engaging others their age about environmental concerns affecting Native communities. Congratulations, Gabriella. Next, I want to tell you about 3 recipients of the 2021 National Merit Scholarships. They are Sanyu Agua from Desert Mountain High School, Daniel Marchand, also a Desert Mountain Wolf, and Samuel Eckard from Saguaro High School, who actually graduated in December. From approximately 1.6 million students nationwide who entered the 2021 competition, based on test scores they received as juniors on the PSAT, just 16,000 finalists became national semifinalists. To move on from semifinalists to the finalist status, students had to fulfill several requirements, including submitting a detailed scholarship application that illustrated a record of very high academic performance. Last month, the National Merit Scholarship Foundation, based in Chicago, chose 7,500 distinguished graduating seniors, this year's scholarship winners, and Sanya, Daniel, and Samuel are among them. 2 more announcements are forthcoming, one in June and one in July, and I feel sure in saying that more members of the SUSD class of 2021 will be named recipients of these scholarships. Lastly, for the 2nd consecutive year, a member of the Desert Mountain High School's graduating class has been named a U.S. Presidential Scholar. The U.S. Presidential Scholars Program was established in 1964 to recognize and honor some of our nation's most distinguished graduating high school seniors. You may recall that last year, Jake Akin from Desert Mountain was named a CTE U.S. Presidential Scholar. Each year, fewer than 170 students are named Presidential Scholars. And this year, Danielle Sherman, who will graduate from Desert Mountain Wednesday night, is among the 2021 recipients. Danielle is a member of the International Baccalaureate Program at Desert Mountain and holds a 4.87 GPA and is ranked 4th in her graduating class of more than 500. She is the author of published poems and short stories, writes both novels and nonfiction, oversaw the publication of the school's amazing literary magazine, plays soccer, volunteers in arts and library programs in the community, and finds a way to emphasize and balance arts and sciences. In other words, she is an accomplished SUSD graduate-to-be. Congratulations, Danielle, and best wishes from the Governing Board and SUSD in your future pursuits.
Thank you, Board Member Beckman, and congratulations to these students. And now we're going to turn our attention to Board Member Hart-Wells to help us celebrate some SUSD athletic accomplishments.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. All of you have most likely been a member of a team that has focused on achieving a common goal for an organization of which you've been a part. And every member of that team plays a critical role in helping the team work collaboratively toward their goal, supporting each other, all while the ultimate goal may not always be accomplished. The value of the journey cannot be understated. And it's in that light of that kind of achievement that tonight we recognize the following SUSD high school athletic teams, starting with the Desert Mountain High School baseball teams, winners last Tuesday of the 5A state championship with their commanding 6-1 victory over Sunrise Mountain. It was the Wolves' first state title since 2013. Now moving on to the Desert Mountain girls and boys teams, tennis teams. The girls, singles. The girls single titleist Savannah Cullick and state doubles champs Olivia Kim and Julia Frazier in the Arizona Interscholastic Association's Division I. So all champions there. Good job, ladies. Both the girls and the boys were ranked #1 all season long. Both teams had a perfect 18-0 record heading into the state championship. And during those 18 matches, the boys went 143-4 and the girls 142-6. That's pretty impressive job. Moving on to Coronado High School, state track and field triple jump champion Dejan Safford, whose winning jump in Division III competition was a whopping 45 feet, 6 3/4 inches, which is just shy of 14 meters. Excellent, good job, Dejan. Back to Desert Mountain Girls 4x800 relay team, whose winning time of 9 minutes, 40.14 seconds outpaced the second place team by nearly 9 seconds to take the Division II state championship. All those achievements relied on strong leadership. So congratulations to the coaches, Coach Ryan Dyer, Kim Dever, Carl Teichner, and Nate Herbert. Your inspirational leadership of these student athletes is to be commended, so thank you. We also wish to congratulate Coronado High School Athletic Director Tony Miller, who this past weekend was named the Arizona Interscholastic Association's Administrator of the Year at its annual gala. This is an amazing accomplishment, and we're very proud of Tony and his entire athletic department at Coronado. It is a testament to his hard work, hosting AIA tournaments, encouraging professional development certifications by Coronado's coaches, and teaching courses at the national level that makes Tony stand out among his peers. Congratulations, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hartwells. So much to celebrate and still so many more to acknowledge. And now I'd like to ask President Greenberg to share a few more student successes to celebrate.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. It is my privilege to share that the SUSD class of 2021 is the recipient of 38 Arizona Department of Education state seals of arts proficiency in band, choir, dance, theater, and visual arts. The state seal on these seniors' diplomas recognizes their high levels of achievement in meeting the ADE's Arizona Arts Education Standards. The Arts Proficiency Seal is in its second year and was created to identify pathways of artistic literacy that translate into college and career preparedness and success, and to promote increased access to well-rounded, high-quality arts education across the state. SEAL recipients are selected based on their grade point averages throughout their high school career, consistent, strong performances in their arts education courses, 80 hours of community service in the arts, and a digital portfolio of their work. Congratulations to these seniors who represent each SUSD high school. Members of the class of 2021 are also the recipients of 124 Arizona Department of Education state seals of biliteracy. SUSD students can start working toward the biliteracy seal as early as middle school when we first start offering formal world language studies. Their course of study culminates in high school with a comprehensive examination of their reading, writing, speaking, and listening proficiency in the foreign language they have selected. Biliteracy seal recipients must also meet all state English language arts graduation requirements with an overall grade point average in those classes of 2.0 or higher and pass end of course examinations. If a student's primary language is a language other than English, the student must also pass the ADE's Arizona English Language Learner Assessment, or AZELA, a standards-based assessment that meets both state and federal requirements to measure English language proficiency. The SUSD class of 2021 earned state seals of biliteracy in Spanish, French, Mandarin, Japanese, and German, and also represents each of our 5 high schools. Congratulations to all of our state seal recipients. Every year, members of Congress receive applications from graduating seniors who have decided that they wish to pursue their university education and, at the same time, their nation by attending one of the nation's 5 military academies. The admissions process to the 5 U.S. service academies is extensive and very competitive. The average acceptance rate is less than 20%. We are very proud to announce that these 3 members of the SUSD class of 2021, Larson Emig, Chaparral High School, Sam Kreitzman, Chaparral High School, and Logan Brethauer, Desert Mountain High School, Larson's nomination comes from the office of Congressman David Schweikert. He is headed to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Point, New York. Larson has pushed himself to take rigorous courses throughout high school. Enrolling in honors and advanced placement classes, Larson's learning is about the process. He has a passion for flying that has seen him get involved in the Civil Air Patrol, has contributed to the success of Chaparral's baseball team from the mound, and is the recipient of so many awards and honors. We would be here all night telling you about them. Good luck to you, Larson. Sam received 2 nominations to the U.S. Military Academy, one from former U.S. Senator Martha McSally and one from Congressman Schweikert. Sam's guidance counselor reports he ran out of rigorous courses to take his senior year because he had already taken them all. Nonetheless, he has pursued advanced placement and honors courses his senior year, such as differential equations, Spanish 5, literature and composition, and macroeconomics. Sam is a musician, athlete, and strives to put his best foot forward every day. Sam will take his considerable talents to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, New York soon. Congratulations, Sam. Our final appointee is Logan Brethauer of Desert Mountain High School, who will call the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs his new home. Logan's interest in the Air Force has been underway for some time as an officer in the Air Force's Explorers Program, a military career college preparatory program. He is a member of the National Honor Society, is a candidate for an International Baccalaureate diploma, and runs track and cross country for the Wolves, serving as cross-country captain the past 2 years. Each of these students has something in him that wants to learn, but also, even at the young age of 18, wants to give back in a meaningful way. As part of their acceptance into their respective academies, they have committed to 5 years of military service. We applaud these students for their commitment to service and their nation and wish them all the best. Congratulations, we are all so proud and thank you so much. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg, and congratulations again to all the students who have been celebrated this evening. We are just really proud to be able to elevate all that you've accomplished. And now we'd like to turn our attention as we close out our celebrations to our staff, several of whom are marking significant milestones with our district. And I'd like to ask Vice President Sanowski to be able to share with us those milestone celebrations.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. The Scottsdale Unified School District would not be what it is without the dedication of its employees. As a former employee myself, I can attest without a doubt to the hard work SUSD employees contribute to this district day in and day out. We would not have the reputation of one of the finest school districts in Arizona were it not for the commitment of our employees, and in many cases behind the scenes where they are not always noticed by the general public. But committed they are, and on behalf of the governing board, it is my honor to recognize the following longtime SUSD employees for their years of service to our students, our schools, and our community. Jan Malakowski has worn many hats throughout his 35-year career with SUSD. He began his career in facilities and building services, moved to the IT department as a support technician and specialist, and is currently part of our transportation department's team of school bus drivers. Robert Renwicki has taught physics and chemistry for the past 35 years at Arcadia and Chaparral High Schools. He has chaired the science department, coached the school's track and cross country and soccer teams, and currently teaches physics at Scottsdale Online and Chaparral. Marcy Sanchez is a longtime backbone of the Chaparral High School Athletic Department, having taught physical education to Firebird students for the past 35 years and helping coach the girls' basketball teams. I appreciate the opportunity to salute a former colleague. You cannot have attended Pima Elementary School, now Pima Traditional School, any time in the past 35 years and not remember physical education teacher John Selkirk. When Pima celebrated its 60th anniversary a few years ago, former students were so happy to see Mr. Selkirk still there. Catherine Spittler is a 35-year veteran of SUSD's Nutrition Service Department, part of the Team Awesome, to which we often refer. Catherine's work serving SUSD students has primarily been at Cocopa Middle School. Thomas Vining has taught various science classes, including physics at Desert Mountain High School for the past 35 years. He is the go-to Physics First initiative person for SUSD and also teaches the much sought after astrophysics class. And topping off tonight's employee recognitions is 40-year SUSD Facility and Building Services employee Greg Skelton. The reason our athletic fields win awards is due in large part to Greg's leadership and his dedication to ensuring that our student athletes have the finest outdoor facilities in which to compete. To all tonight's honorees, please accept SUSD's profound gratitude for your combined 160 years of dedication to your professions and to our students. We are truly indebted to you. Thank you so much. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, Vice President Sanowski, and that concludes our celebrations for this evening.
Thank you, and congratulations again to all the honorees tonight, and congratulations. We will now move to agenda item 5, Superintendent's comments. As a reminder for individuals who are providing public comments after Superintendent's comments to please call in to the line that was provided. If you did not receive an email with the call-in number, please email the Board Secretary, Gladys Wagner. Again, that email is gwaggoner@susd.org. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. What a joy, really, to celebrate all of our students and staff from elementary, middle school, high school. I'm excited to see what happens as they move on to the next phase of their career. Earlier today, I had an opportunity to participate in the Rotary Scholarship presentations at the Scottsdale Rotary Club's meeting at noon. And it was wonderful to be able to meet our students, some of their parents, and to celebrate with a club in Scottsdale that is really committed to our students. I think there were close to 14 scholarships that were awarded today. And after that, they made a quick trip over to Coronado where we recognized winners from an essay contest that they held as well. So we have great community support for Scottsdale Unified School District. And today was just a highlight during a year where we've had a lot of things that we've been working on and struggling with. To recognize and celebrate student success has just been phenomenal. I'd like to actually see now if we can share with all of you a video of Hohokam Elementary School. That was put together in partnership with architect and construction management team that I think tells a really nice story where we are in the process, and I think you'll enjoy seeing this video.
Are you excited to see what the school looks like now?
I'm totally excited.
All right, let's go.
My name is Scott Menzel, and I'm the superintendent of Scottsdale Unified School District. I'm proud to be able to welcome you to a video tour of the newly rebuilt Hohokam Elementary School here in Scottsdale Unified School District.
Pretty nice sized library though, huh?
The library is connected to the office.
It is now, yes. That's a change, you're not wrong.
I'm blown up.
In 1960, Ralph Haver designed the original Hohokam, and the community wanted to preserve core aspects of that architectural design in the rebuild.
This connectivity between the two courtyards, between the cafeteria and the office, really bring the school together and make it feel very close-knit. Connectivity to the outside was a big factor and something we really wanted to preserve. We're real excited about that.
That you guys are rebuilding the house.
Yeah, we're excited too. Each Each of these schoolhouses has 5 classrooms. They all have a collaboration space like this. So this is a flexible space where your teachers can send you to work in pairs or small groups, or you can do project-based learning out here. That's really exciting.
I like how they connected all the classrooms so everyone can have a partner and we can work in groups.
I'm most excited about the library because it's a lot bigger.
I'm pretty much excited about this whole thing about school, the playgrounds, the soccer fields, the basketball courts. It all looks great.
We are looking forward to welcoming our students from both Hohokam and Yavapai to this campus on August 4th for the first day of school. For families who haven't registered, we ask you to go to our website at susd.org to sign up today to secure your spot in this dynamic learning community. That video will be posted on our website and we'll circulate it in social media outlets. I think the kids tell the best story. And it was so wonderful to walk through the facility with them, to listen to how they were, because they had been there before. One is a kindergartner and other grades. And so different recollections and memories of what was, and then as they saw the possibilities of what will be, that was just fascinating. I also want to take this moment to thank our Scottsdale community for supporting the rebuilds and the 2016 bond issue, because it's what allows us to be able to improve the physical environment and infrastructure so that our students get the best possible learning experience. So many thanks to our community for making that possible. There are a couple of other things that I would like to highlight before we move on with our agenda. One is there are 3 more days left in the 2020-21 school year. And I just want to give a shout out to our students, to our staff, to our parents, and to the governing board for all that you've done to get our kids from start to finish. From the online experience in August to the gradual return to in-person learning for some while providing online learning for others, this has been a year unlike any other. But the finish line is almost here. And I just want to express my great gratitude and appreciation for the resilience and perseverance of everyone in this school system. And I hope that people will be able to take the time to celebrate all that has been accomplished in this most unusual of years. So with that, I want to give an applause. And then I have 2 more brief comments. Last Tuesday, I was prepared to make a number of other comments. Some of those were covered in a press conference that we had on Friday, which is posted on our website. Things that addressed information around the conclusion of this year, how we're approaching next fall with respect to mask, questions about critical race theory that had been raised, and I provided information to address some of those things that have been circulating in our community. And rather than rehash that at this point, I will point people to our susd.org website so that they can watch the video, read the commentary that was provided, and access that information. And the final piece of information that was going to be a part of Tuesday's report was an update on the chaparral lights. As many of you know, we've heard from a number of the neighbors in the Tierra Feliz community with respect to that lighting project, both on the boys' baseball field as well as the girls' softball field. After the meeting, I had an opportunity to meet with members of the community, and I suspect at public comment we'll hear from some of them as well. But I just wanted to let the governing board know that as we've reviewed the concerns, we're in the process of engaging with Qualight, the company that put the lights in, so that we can actually do a light study. We were under the impression, and the information that was shared with all of you at the time we brought the proposal forward, that the lights would be downshielded in such a way as to minimize any light spillage outside of the perimeter of the ball field, which is not the case from what we've seen through pictures that have been shared with the governing board. So that's the first step in our process to identify how far off they are from what they promised to us. Then we need to figure out what adjustments can be made to those lighting fixtures and or downshielding. But I wanted to just let you know that we are actively working on solutions to address the concerns of the neighbors and to get that in place long before the next baseball and softball season start in February. With that, President Greenberg and Vice President Stanowski and members of the governing board. It has been one amazing year so far, and I want to thank you for hanging in there as we've tackled every twist and turn, and I'll turn it back over to President Greenberg.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. And yeah, the chase video with these students wearing the oversized vests and hard hats was extremely cute. So I think we all appreciated seeing that. And it looks like an absolutely phenomenal building. The board will now move to agenda item 6, public comments. As a reminder to members of the public who are calling in, you will each have 3 minutes for public comments. We are displaying the time, but there is a video delay. So we will let you know once your time is up if you are still speaking, and ask that you wrap it up with a final sentence. With that said, we will move to our first speaker tonight, Robin Snyder.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much, board, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My husband and I are the parents of 3 Chaparral students. One graduated 2 years ago, one is graduating on Thursday, and one is a freshman. My husband also attended Chaparral, and I went to Arcadia, and we've been in the district for most of our lives. We have noticed over the past probably 4 years a shift in the focus on learning, and the shift has gone from focusing on excellence in curriculum and in everything that students do to very kind of underpinnings of like social justice activity, and it's been very distracting to the learning process for our children as the narrative at school has become so strong, and there seems to be only room for one side of the discussion or the debate, and anybody with an opposing view is called names or told that they're racist, not by the teachers but by the students. And this style of learning really creates an atmosphere of intimidation and in some cases bullying, and makes it hard for the kids to learn. And I feel like we've watched, and during COVID, we were able to kind of see it firsthand with our 2 students home on their Zoom classes, a movement of we've gone from teaching kids how to think and we're just telling them what to think. And an example of this even just happened as recently as Friday when in my son's freshman English class, I'm sure his teacher had a lesson plan for that day, but somehow that got thwarted, and he ended up showing the Tuesday night board meeting video and then discussing it as a class. And I just thought that was inappropriate. There's enough to cover in English, the week before exams, to not have that narrative going on. So that was disappointing. The focus on diversity has actually created greater division and disunity. Our kids have played on sports teams throughout their high school career, and there's never been a feeling on a team that our kids have participated in. There's never been even a notion to different races and backgrounds. They've been on the same team. They've been friends. There's never been anything like that. And this year, we saw it on football at the beginning of the year. There was just such an emphasis on this diversity that it really created, in some ways, segregation. And it created problems against friend groups that were previously amicable. And it was just an unnecessary and disappointing thing to see. So I really just wanted to say, as a parent, we want to be the ones to instill those values in our children. And really, we rely on you all as our wonderful district teachers and administrators to teach them what they need to know in terms of the subject matter, but don't indoctrinate with opinions. And the other thing I just want to encourage SUSD to do always is, we want our kids to be taught that they can do anything they set their minds to, regardless of race or regardless of their background, that the world is their oyster and they can go and do whatever they set their mind to. They're not going to be limited by the color of their skin. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Melissa McCusker.
Hello and good evening. Thank you so much, President Greenberg, SUSD governing board members, and Dr. Menzel. My community, Tierra Police, and myself greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. And I'd like to personally thank the governing board as well as Dr. Menzel for allowing us this opportunity. Specifically in the midst of the last board meeting, we were unable to speak. So thank you so much for your leadership in allowing us to speak this evening. Please know and understand that my family and I purchased a home originally in the Tierra Police neighborhood next to Chaparral High School in a dark skies neighborhood. I am here this evening as well as some other community members from Tierra Police to speak about the baseball lights that have been installed on Chaparral's baseball field. The neighborhood, including myself and my family, feel like we are living next to a professional baseball stadium or a Las Vegas casino. And I don't say that lightly, as the lights have greatly affected our community and home. Since the lights have been installed, my neighbors and I have seen a decrease in our quality of life and an increase in many undesirable factors. The undesirable factors that affect my personal home and quality of life are the following. We have now seen a great extreme light pollution. We have lights that are beaming into our bedrooms where our children sleep, our backyards, and our side yards. This is previously a dark skies neighborhood that had no lights on any streets, including street lights. It is a very dark neighborhood, and now it has been overwhelmed with the baseball lights. This is now affecting the sleep of multiple family members, most especially my children, who are also Scottsdale Unified School District students. It has affected the enjoyment in our home, our backyard, and our side yard. It has affected every aspect of our home and our yard. As well, another undesirable factor is the increased traffic. We have now seen charter buses that are driving through our community, are clogging our streets on Goldust Avenue because they are unloading students, baseball players to play and or softball players to play at the field. They are cutting through our neighborhood to do so. As well, parents and students are now racing up and down our streets to find parking to attend night games, which is increasing, of course, traffic and noise in our community. The speeding has become quite overwhelming as I walk my dogs and my children at night. And again, we live in a dark skies community. And so what happens is with racing cars, that it becomes dangerous to walk my children and my dogs. Now we also have noise pollution because now the sounds that we used to hear during the day, living next to a baseball field, now happen at night. So this noise pollution includes music over loudspeakers, announcers, as well as cheering. And again, this is great during the day. However,
please conclude.
However, now it's increased traffic. We have now seen charter buses that are driving through our community. Asking for the following mitigation strategies to include taking down the lights and or modifying the lights significantly.
Please
we want to
conclude.
be good neighbors to play at the field. Be good neighbors, and please know that the homes that are affected by these baseball lights include Scottsdale Unified School District students, as well as the baseball and softball students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Franco. Is there a Laura Franco on the line? If not, we will move to our next speaker, John Kavanaugh. Jonathan, are you available? Is there a technical issue? There appears to be a technical issue, so I will hold on 1 second. And Laura Franco, if you are still on the line, you will be called. Thank you. We will next move to Representative John Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on critical race theory and I guess the controversy over masks at the meetings. Critical race theory is a theory/political movement born in the 1990s on the tattered intellectual framework of discredited identity-based Marxism. Marxism is a discredited political theory that claims that the imbalance of power and wealth in capitalist societies must be ended by a revolution that changes the country's politics, economy, distribution of wealth. When the communist revolutions produced nothing but bankrupt, brutal, totalitarian regimes, the communists were forced to drop their economic-based Marxist theory. Enter critical race theory, which attempts to convince people that the United States is hopelessly and irredeemably and systemically racist and can only be fixed by radical changes to our politics, economy, and institutions. Critical race theory cleverly sneaks in Marxist theory, fools people by manipulating words. Equality of opportunity, one of the foundations of America, is suddenly replaced with equity of outcome, which is the Marxist redistribution of wealth. Critical race theory divides our society by categorizing us by race, gender, and sexual orientation, and then labeling those within the categories as the oppressed or the oppressors. Critical race theory teaches us that most whites contribute to racism, that males are oppressors, and that heterosexuals are oppressors. Critical race theory requires the oppressors denounce their respective privileges in a most public and most humiliating way. The Arizona legislature has passed a bill in the House that is now in the Senate that would protect our society from this divisive, toxic theory. The bill would prohibit teaching that one race, ethnicity, or sex is inherently, morally, or intellectually superior to another. It would prohibit that any person, by virtue of his or her race, ethnicity, or sex, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or not. The bill would ban teaching that an individual, by virtue of his or her race, ethnicity, or sex, bears responsibility for actions committed by others of the same sex, ethnicity, or race. The bill would also ban any teachings that academic achievement, meritocracy, or traits such as a hard work ethic are racist or sexist, or were created by members of a particular race or sex to oppress members of another race or sex. All of these are key principles in critical race theory. And I'm hoping that you will step ahead of the legislature, which I think will pass this bill soon, and ban critical race theory in your curriculum. And I haven't heard about the press conference that you gave, but I'm hoping that you said so much. I would also like to speak on behalf of the 100 or so parents and citizens who went to the meeting site expecting to be able to speak in a larger venue where masks would not be mandatory in compliance with CDC guidelines. That did not happen. Instead, their voices on critical race theory and masks have been muffled more than any mask could do. I hope that at a future meeting of SUSD School Board, you can accommodate these people in a large, safe venue. Because watching is not participating, and shutting people out will not shut them up. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Laura Franco.
Good evening. I'm Laura Franco. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have 2 children in the Scottsdale Unified District. I'm not sure if you were aware that on April 23rd, there was a National Day of Silence event hosted by the Gay Straight Alliance Club, sponsored by Ms. Lainey Langner at Cocopah Middle School. Those students and teachers who supported the Day of Silence had permission to stay silent in every class throughout the day. I am not opposed to supporting the LGBT community. Some of my good friends and colleagues are members of the community, and our family respects them very much. We also support the LGBT community by fundraising for their Chamber of Commerce, the Red Branch event, One Community, and Phoenix Pride Center. However, Cocopah's transparency of this event is questionable in how the sponsor, Ms. Lainey Langner, went about promoting it on campus. Like other clubs and organizations affiliated with the school, this event should have been held in a meeting room or a designated spot on campus instead of being set up at the school's main entrance, where every student coming into campus was exposed to this sensitive topic. Club supporters were standing at the school's main gate and in classrooms passing out flyers and verbally assaulting kids who disagree or chose not to support their cause. I'm asking the board to review the employee handbook, as this day interfered with my son's education as well as many other students. This event forced several parents to pull their kids from school early because they were being harassed, questioned about their sexuality, and received wrong facts about the LGBT group, thus creating an uncomfortable and unsafe learning environment at Cocopah Middle School. SUSD and Mr. Noonan, principal of Cocopah, should notify the parents beforehand of any controversial events that may occur on campus. This will allow the parents to remove the kids from school or discuss any controversial topics with their children in a comfortable setting or with an expert when they're ready. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Connor Shannon.
Good evening, Dr. Menzel and board members. My name is Connor Shannon, and I'm an 8th grader who attends Desert Canyon Middle School. It has been 14 months since COVID first erupted, and I are extremely tired of not just masks, but all the multiple unnecessary COVID protocols. Science has shown that children are not at risk of serious symptoms of COVID, and all the 16 and older who are at higher risk have already been vaccinated. Anyone 16 and older could have been vaccinated, and they can be vaccinated. And now those 12 to 15 can also be vaccinated. Last week, there are only 3 cases among the nearly 20,000 SUSD in-person students. And those are merely cases, not even symptomatic illness. At what point do we stop with these unproven protocols? Who are you protecting? The unproven benefits do not outweigh the bad things of masks, such as no one is smiling at each other. Everyone is a zombie. They have no personality. We need to have the option to take them off more often. My entire yearbook was full of masked kids, even in outside photos with no one else around. Your decision making on this has been ridiculous. Although you have finally given us an end date to masks, I want to ask that all restrictive measures are removed for the 2021 to 2022 school year. Unnecessary things such as lining up outside before every class. What's the point of this? We also have to follow arrows. I can't even go across the hall to my next class. Elementary schools are still required to follow arrows. My little brother is also sick of it. stores got rid of this last year. It is an unproven and unnecessary measure. Small bag school lunches that leave me hungry. I want my cafeteria back. I can't get the lunch I want. We had no water fountains all year. Where's the science to support that this is helping stop the spread? We have no graduation. Instead, there's a drive-through parade happening at our school tomorrow where we were specifically instructed to only wave to our friends and teachers and not leave our cars. With all the measures that have been forced upon us, with our low case rates, please tell me, why do I not have an 8th grade graduation? And on top of all that, we are still forced to isolate themselves when no one is even getting COVID at school. All year you have made us hoop jump through COVID protocols just to attend school, yet we're still being quarantined. Vaccinated or not, these protocols need to stop. Shame on all of you for the ridiculous hoop jumping us kids have to endure. It is time to stop all these COVID measures, and we must start next year normally without any of these unproven and unnecessary protocols. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Schneider.
Hi, this is Allie Schneider, Richard's wife. We both live directly behind the baseball field at Chaparral. And I just wanted to start by thanking you for allowing us an opportunity to have a bit of your ear tonight. And again, iterate that we're huge supporters of Chaparral and Scottsdale School District. That's why we actually bought this house. We bought the house in 2017, right when we got married, and are thrilled to live here. And we feel so fortunate to be able to live in this community and have the neighbor of a high school. We're so lucky. We love seeing all the kids walk to school in the morning. But a few months ago, things changed. We had our second baby, who is now 7 weeks old, and our other one is 13 and a half months old. So our hands are full. And we woke up about 2 months ago, all these construction noises going on with these lights being installed, and we didn't know what was going on. We weren't alerted that 5 a.m. before the sun rose, there'd be construction going on. But okay, we kind of let it go. Went on for a few days, and then the lights went on. And wow, we were really, really shocked in this house that we just moved back into after remodeling it. We were right behind the baseball field, so they shine right through our slider door and light up the whole house. It was crazy. Here we are with a newborn screaming and crying, and they're shining through the bedrooms. We have to relocate the kids. We can't sit and feed the baby in the living room. It's just been really difficult for us. And again, thank you for taking the time to hear us, tell you what the impact has been on our life since them being installed. I wish that we were alerted before so we could have just told you, hey, here's how this is going to impact us, because, for so many years, Chaparral has been such a great neighbor to us, and I feel we've been a great neighbor to them. But this is really changing the way that we're living our lives, and that we can't have dinner when the lights are on. We can't be in the living room to feed the newborn when the lights are on. We can't put the newborn to sleep when the lights are on. And it's been really, really difficult for us. So I just wanted to voice my concerns, let you know how the lights were impacting me, express the concern I had that I wasn't alerted before. And again, thank you for all of your time and listening, for being such a great neighbor throughout the years. And I'm hopeful that something can be done to alleviate the stress that this has caused us and our new family here in this house. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your newborn.
Thank you.
The board will now move. The next speaker is Amy Carney.
Okay, hello board and Dr. Menzel. My name is Amy Carney. I'm the mother of 6 SUSD students, and I'd like to talk about seeking transparency in 3 different areas. First, let's talk curriculum. We, the parents, want full transparency of all curriculum being taught in our schools. There are syllabus, course materials, and resource buttons listed on the teachers' websites on their school pages. The buttons are there, but nothing's attached. Can we get those updated come fall so parents can see what exactly the teachers will be teaching? And this new $1 million ELA curriculum you guys quietly adopted for 9th through 12th graders emphasizes students' cultural references in all curricula. It teaches some kids that they're victims and others that they should be ashamed of who they are. And we also know that curriculum designers don't insert the words critical race theory in children's curriculum. They instead slyly put it into practice by generating lessons that introduce racial grievances and calls for advocacy. Here in SUSD, it seems we're calling this culturally relevant and responsive learning, so just maybe we don't realize what's going on. But we don't want divisive curriculum in our classrooms. We've got to stop putting activism ahead of learning immediately. Our kids are behind academically, and that's got to be our focus. Next, let's talk extracurricular clubs. Cocopa Middle School recently caused a lot of problems when they failed to communicate to parents about their planned Gay Straight Alliance Club Day of Silence. Thankfully, kids and parents are talking more than ever about what's going on in their schools, so the word got out. Cocopa administration called parents, sharing information with each other, disappointing and gossip. But I call this community at its best, and exactly what's going to happen when you fail to communicate with the parents. We have no option but to talk with one another. Advanced communication with parents must occur if club activities are going to interfere with their learning day. All extracurricular clubs offered at each school in the district needs to be listed on your website for parents to view. You can look at Chaparral as an excellent example of this. They are transparent with what clubs they offer and who the staff leader is and even who the president is. This is what needs to happen with all of our middle and high schools. We, the parents, want interest-based clubs in our middle schools, not identity-based ones that are going to further divide these young students. Lastly, let's talk committees. We, the parents, want full transparency when it comes to what committees are being formed in the district, and furthermore, understand their purpose and who is serving on them. We know you've recently formed and selected people you want to serve on your curriculum and diversity, equity, and inclusion committees. Yet why is there nothing listed on your website about these important committees who are helping make very important decisions for our kids? On the SUSD website, there's a section of in-progress committees, yet those committees, the curriculum and DEI ones, aren't listed. Why? We, the parents, deserve to know what curriculum is being taught to our children, what clubs are being invited to join, and what committees are being formed in the background to make important decisions for us, our kids,
Please
and our
conclude.
families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Crystal Carroll.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Crystal Carroll, and I'm a mother of 5 kids. I have 2 currently in the SUSD system. And I've always taught my kids to respect and honor their teachers their entire life. Unfortunately, these same teachers are now trying to push their political, social agenda in the learning processes, and this is not acceptable. I will be pulling my child out of SUSD. There is a liberal democratic indoctrination being pushed in their daily teachings and in learning programs. I'll give you an example, Brain Pop. Dems are often painted in a positive tone, while Republicans are painted in a negative tone when trying to teach politics in their learning program. One such example is Obama Pop lesson in Brain Pop. It used the example that Dems believe in feeding the children, while Republicans don't. The general undertone is one that Dems care about feeding our children and healthcare and fairness, while Republicans focus on war. Feel free to check out the very biased pro-Dem Brain Pop video, Obama Pop. Oddly, I couldn't find anything on Trump Pop. Another example is my 4th grader would beg and cry for me not to wear a Trump face mask to school because her teachers hate Trump. I'd like to know why my 4th grader knows that the teachers hate Trump. How is teaching our children that hating is okay? Our teachers are meant to educate our kids, not indoctrinate them into their views. I'm also concerned as these programs teach students that cops are racist and that they kill blacks at, I quote, 2 times the rate based on their color alone. They also try to make our kids feel bad about being white and apologetic, and that they've created a systemic environment of racism based on their color. Police protect and serve and risk their lives every day to protect your children, if you have any, and my children. They risk their lives on a daily basis to possibly never see their own children again. I am completely appalled that police would be painted in any kind of negative light. Our district is adopting a new curriculum quietly behind our backs, and they refuse to acknowledge it's in the form of CRT. When we do question if it's critical race theory, we're told it's absolutely not. And many parents in our community are even bullied by members of the school board, yes, our school board here, over social media if they dare speak up and challenge the issues. One example I saw was a Facebook post by one of you school board members that actually posted a picture of the parent and painted a negative, false narrative about this said parent. What followed were several hateful comments that were just beyond acceptable, unprofessional, and targeted hate by a board member to a parent. I'm also confused how a board member is allowed to harass parents and act in such a deplorable manner. I wonder what kind of example this sets for our children at SUSD.
Please
As I
conclude.
know that bullying is not okay. We, the parents and the community members, are done being bullied by board members and having critical race theory in our school under any form. You can call it whatever you want, but there is a general tone that creates
Please
racism.
conclude.
My child is not racist, as are none of the other children, and the board member is supposed to protect and serve our kids, not create this level of dissension that they have. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heidi Combs.
Good evening, Dr. Menzel and governing board members. My name is Heidi Combs. I am a mother of 2 young children in the district. During the last year and a half, SUSD has sent weekly emails layered with quantitative data regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. You have given us numbers that stacked your numerical deck with reasons to keep our children at home during distance learning, masked, quarantined when they were not sick, and separated from their peers while at lunch and recess. You provided a numerical dark cloud for the last 63 weeks based on selective medical and governmental resources that have continued to move the goalpost and impose governmental overreach to our health freedoms. The district's use of contact tracing limited educational resources and opportunities to all of its children, while you followed non-evidence-based mitigation strategies to dodge the COVID-19 liability bullet. Contact tracing forced our healthy children to stay home, to fend for themselves with parents and caregivers that may or may not have the resources to help them. While remaining loyal to Honor Health, Mayo Clinic, Dr. Sunshine, and the CDC, you neglected the emotional and social health of our most precious population, our children, while also putting immeasurable stress onto our hardworking teachers. Last week proved our community and SUSD is broken. You have isolated our children, you have overworked our dedicated teachers, and you have lost the trust of some parents. You have showed us in the past 63 weeks that your loyalties lie with major hospitals, the Maricopa County Department of Public Health, the CDC, and not our kids. You took recommendations and made them rules without using the resources we have in our own district to do what was best for our kids. We are the parents. We are the gate of children's hearts and their health. We invited you into our lives to work with us, but parents are questioning your focus. As we all try to move forward after this past year and a half, I encourage you, Dr. Menzel and Governing Board, to change your focus so we can move forward together as a healed community, ready to make our children the priority again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Parissa Gorg.
Dear board members and Dr. Menzel, my name is Parissa Gorg. Thank you for giving me a time to speak today. I am here on behalf of my family and my elderly neighbors who do not know how to use the internet and have lived in this neighborhood for over 40 years. We lived in the Tierra Feliz neighborhood for 6 years. We have a 7-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son. Our house is 2 houses in from the baseball field. We love this neighborhood and the sound of school children coming and going. The new baseball and softball lights have made it difficult for us to enjoy our home as we once did. Our master bedroom and the children's rooms face east. The east side of our home is lit up whenever there is a baseball game.
we must close the doors to the bathrooms and the children's room to avoid it spilling in the hallway and the living room. At bedtime, we must put the children to bed in the back room because the streets look like daytime. As you can imagine, there is no reasoning with young children about why outside is light, but they must go to bed. Bedtime has become a very stressful part of our day when there are baseball games. We love the desert sky and enjoy using our backyard as much as the weather allows during the year. This past spring, which was the first baseball season with the new lights, we were not able to sit outside and enjoy our backyard as the lights were blinding and lit up the whole backyard. Especially given the pandemic and our outings being very limited, being able to use our backyard was especially important to us. When I say the lights lit up the sky, I am not inflating the level of the lights. They are blinding in every way and direction. I use the word blinding repeatedly because that is the most accurate way of describing them. With the lights have come extra noise from spectators, announcers, and music, adding more nuisance to what already is a bad situation. My neighbors facing west and south of the school have their whole homes, backyards, kitchens, living rooms, and even guest houses flooded with lights. They cannot enjoy dinner at their own kitchen table and must move to other rooms because their lights are blinding. They cannot use their backyards or any part of their property without the interference of the lights. We would like to ask the board to work with us to come up with a solution so that we can use and enjoy our homes as we did prior to the lights. Thank you for your time. Blinding and lit up the whole backyard. Especially given the pandemic and our...
Thank you. There are no additional speakers for tonight's public comment, but pursuant to ARS 38-431-01H, I would like to take a moment to respond to a number of points and to ask staff to review a matter. Regarding Obama Pop, Dr. Menzel, if you could have your staff please review that video on Brain Pop and access to it. Regarding the Gay Straight Alliance Club, our administration has reviewed that and our principal has already responded to parents and sent out a notification to all families at that school. But please know that students have a First Amendment right to form extracurricular clubs in our schools. So we do not have the ability to prevent or prohibit students from forming such a club. Regarding the Chaparral Lights, Dr. Menzel has already addressed that in his superintendent's comments, but we are working as a district and intend to continue working with our neighbors at all schools to do what we can to be good neighbors. I do want to note, though, that neighbors were notified within a 1 mile radius before they were installed with a meeting notification for community meeting, and those lights are on approximately 20 nights of the entire year. Nonetheless, we intend to work with Qualight, as Dr. Menzel mentioned, to do what we can to be good neighbors and make sure that our neighbors can enjoy their homes. Regarding critical race theory and curriculum, Dr. Menzel has already directed members of the public to review our press conference on Friday, where most of those questions are addressed. Thank you very much, and this concludes our public comment section for the evening. The board will now move to agenda item 7B, information discussion item, provide SUSD governing board with a review of FastBridge usage to date, including principal and teacher input on site usage and instructional coach input on district trainings and usage. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg and members of the governing board. This agenda item, even though at our last meeting we had an action item on FastBridge, is here because we made a commitment at the time we brought the FastBridge recommendation forward back in the fall, that we would review the data with the governing board in terms of what we've learned as we've rolled out implementation. Tonight we have a number of people with us to go through a presentation, but we'll turn it over to Dr. Tim Fountain to begin reviewing the slides, and then we'll be open for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Dr. Menzel. Good evening, President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, Dr. Menzel, members of the board, and of course, Ms. Wagner. I'm really pleased to get to bring to you tonight an update on where we are at with FastBridge. We just recently, this past week, completed the end of the year assessment cycle for FastBridge. So we've done it 2 times now. A third time at the beginning of the year, if we'd been fortunate enough to get started there, would have completed a full cycle. But we're going to share some information with you tonight on the usage to date from some of our site administrators, and they've gathered some teacher input for you as well. First, I just wanted to take a minute to review the rationale and the reasoning behind bringing FastBridge into place. I know we have a couple of new board members since we went that way. We did have a requirement of a screener for dyslexia that came down from the state a couple of years back. They did temporarily table that, but we'd already begun our process in SUSD to move forward. We also needed to make sure that to comply with the Move On Win Reading statute that we had a research-based intervention instrument and screener, and so this satisfies that piece to support our Tier 1 instruction. So just a reminder, just a couple of key terms that you might hear in this presentation tonight. A universal screener, and that is what FastBridge is. You can go on to that next slide. Sorry, it's weird not clicking your own slide. So the first piece here is a universal screener. That is the primary purpose of FastBridge. What a universal screener does, quite simply, is tell us who is struggling and what level or intensity of support do they need. FastBridge does have some diagnostic components to it as well, helps to tell us why they are struggling, helps us to understand how deep the gaps are in their understanding. And then we also utilize this instrument for progress monitoring, so we know how the student is responding to the interventions that we are providing. Right, on our next slide, you can see, and I won't go through this in too much detail because I know we've seen it before, but this is kind of the rollout and the timeline for implementation. We began this work back in 2020 prior to the pandemic. We had put this committee together. As you may remember from the presentation back in September, kudos to our teachers. If they're listening tonight, I applaud you once again because they did incredible work through the pandemic to get together and move this process forward. And tonight you're going to hear a little bit about the value that we've had in having the screener in place and being able to give us some information about how our students are performing. All right. So some of our implementation highlights here. I'm ready to turn it over to Diane Murphy. Diane is our elementary ELA specialist, and Diane was heavily responsible for the implementation of this tool and some of the training that goes with it. So Diane, if you're there, hop on in.
Thank you, Dr. Fountain. After the mid-year winter universal screener was completed in January, our focus for FastBridge switched from how to give the universal screener to how to use the information provided by the screener to work with students at risk. FastBridge provides about a dozen different reports, but the most powerful report for identifying students at risk is one called Screening to Intervention Report. That report identifies students at risk, provides an intervention plan, as well as specific lessons that focus on the needs for each individual student. Since January, I've been able to work with almost all K-3 teachers and many 4th and 5th grade teachers during their PLC time to help them learn how to understand the Screening to Intervention Report and then form small targeted progress monitoring groups. For example, at Sequoia, which you'll hear from next, I was able to spend the day with teachers in all grades, K-5, during their grade level PLC time. While meeting with them, we analyzed their mid-year scores, then based upon recommendations from FastBridge, we created progress monitoring groups for students of similar needs. Next slide, please. The FastBridge tool is really helpful to teachers because it not only identifies students at risk through the universal screener, but it also provides really great diagnostic information, intervention plans, and targeted lessons for students. These lessons are easy for teachers to implement and include real detailed directions and resources. Moving forward, the focus of FastBridge will be to continue working on identifying students at risk, developing progress monitoring groups, conducting targeted intervention lessons, and diving deeper into more reports provided by the FastBridge program. I also have been able to meet with several 4th and 5th grade teams since it was approved by the board a couple weeks ago to do FastBridge with 4th and 5th grade this spring, not only at their schools, but I also hosted the first PD for FastBridge for grades 4 and 5 last week. Additional information on FastBridge and PD will be provided this spring, during the summer, and throughout the 2021 school year. And now Nan Wilkinson, Assistant Principal at Sequoia, will share.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next slide, please. So good evening, everyone. I am Nan Wilkinson. I'm very excited to kind of share our path of how Sequoia embraced FastBridge. We are the school that has absolutely embraced it so much. And with Diane, that was such a beautiful segue into what we are doing here at Sequoia. After the mid-year screening for the K-3, and Diane meeting with our K-3 teachers, they were so excited and word got around, and so we decided to request it to be piloted for our 4th and 5th grade group. So our 4th and 5th grade also began using some of the FastBridge assessments and really looking in on some of those things. So at Sequoia, we really pride ourselves in getting to know the stories of every single one of our students. And so FastBridge gave us a lot of data data points to understand their story. And so that's why we have embraced it heavily here. We also like the SEL component that FastBridge has. There's a SABRS component. So after going through some training with Shannon Crone, we created some support groups, and we used that SABRS to identify some of the social, emotional, and academic mindset of the students, so we could find out maybe some areas that we could pinpoint through support groups. One of the things that the teachers really liked about FastBridge was that progress monitoring. Not only does it have the progress monitoring that fits beautifully into our RTI process, but it also has the materials. So everything is in one spot, and we can go in and look at all of the data, both the screening information and the progress monitoring data in that. So that is something that they really appreciate. With the SABRS, it does not have a progress monitoring component, but there is 3 screening times that you can give that SABRS. And so you can see the attitudes or the mindset of the children throughout the year. And also looking at that with teacher input, we can start creating some of those social and emotional groups that are needed so strongly on campus. So that is our goal for SABRS, for FastBridge, is to continue using at Sequoia, to continue using all of the components, K-5, doing the screening, doing the progress monitoring with the RTI group, and then including that SABRS in there. So we're very excited to continue using FastBridge progress monitoring and the screening process. And that is my portion. Thank you. I'll move to the next speaker.
All right, good evening. I am Brooke Williams, the principal over at Laguna, and I am going to go through a little bit of what our journey has looked like over at Laguna for our teachers and our students. So FastBridge was rolled out, as you know, in December. Our teachers did training then, and they were able to give that first screener in January. So our grade level teams were able to use that screening data during their PLC collaborative team time. They were able to look at the reports and look at the data and really drill down and create interventions and supports for the students that were struggling in their classrooms. Since it was mid-year, they already had many of these interventions in place. So they continued to use what they were already doing with the support of that FastBridge data to really tell them where to point that instruction. The next piece where we've been using it is in our IPT, our intervention planning team. The data from FastBridge has been able to help us see a bigger picture for students and the challenges that they face. We've been able to create goals using that data and put interventions in place specifically for those students, and then track the data utilizing progress monitoring tools. We've also been using FastBridge to help support parents. These reports can be used by teachers during parent-teacher conferences to support these discussions with parents about how their students are doing and where those areas of need are for them to get a little extra support. Next slide, please. What we've really been able to do in rolling out FastBridge in January is to really start to use the data, start to look at the tools, and really come up with a great plan for the next school year. So at Laguna, this is our plan for the 2021-2022 school year utilizing FastBridge. All of our students will be universally screened in both reading and math in K through 5. We'll use that data and it will be analyzed by our collaborative teams. Students that are shown to be at high risk will then be given a diagnostic tool to drill down even further and determine where those needs and challenges are. And then those diagnostic results will drive our intervention groups and the supports for students in the classroom. We'll also be using the SEL screener as well to support any students in those areas as well. All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Fountain.
And actually, I'm going to speak on this one. I'm Dr. Bachna. I'm the Director of Assessment and Accountability. I just want to talk briefly about some of our overall results so far this school year. These are the results. What you're seeing on the screen are the results of the early reading test given to kindergartners and first graders. This test measures developing reading skills such as concepts of print, fluency, and phonemic awareness. What you see in the left-hand box is that students' scores increased slightly from the winter to the spring administration, with 55% of students earning scores at or above the 50th percentile. The nature of these assessments is that the cut scores rise with each administration. In other words, a student needs to demonstrate a higher mastery of skills as the school year progresses. Next slide, please. And these are the results, the overall results of CBM, or curriculum-based measurement reading, given to the first through third graders. These are measurements of reading accuracy and automaticity, such as print concepts, oral reading fluency, phonological awareness, phonics, and word recognition. Again, the district trend is towards more students testing at the 50th percentile and higher at the final administration of the school year. You can see an example of the progressively higher cut scores for the measures in the right-hand box. Students must demonstrate a higher degree of fluency at each subsequent test administration. And with that, I think I'm turning it over to Mrs. Humman.
Thank you, Dr. Bachna. Yes, so hello, Governing Board. Thank you so much for having us this evening. I am Shelley Humman. I'm the very proud principal of Pueblo Elementary School. In our first bullet point there, we say recognizing that these are lofty goals, but we don't list what the goals are. So let me expand on that just a little bit. So in SUSD, each of us at the elementary school level create a continuous site improvement plan, otherwise known as a SIP plan, and we are asked to come up with academic goals and goals for rigorous instruction, amongst others. And so for this year, we created 3 academic goals. One, of course, in Spanish, because we are a dual language immersion program. And we also created 2 goals for English language arts and math. And for English language arts, which is what we use FastBridge for, we created a goal that we wanted each student to make at least 9 months or 1 academic years of growth in ELA this year, whether that meant that they were growing because they were maybe a little bit behind and needed to make growth, or whether they were right on target and were going to grow up. So that was our goal. And we recognize that that was a lofty goal given the constraints that we had this year and the way that school looked. And we also created a goal for rigorous instruction, being that we wanted to implement small group and individualized instruction in the classroom with each and every student so that we could target their specific need. We also recognized at the beginning of the school year that small group and individualized instruction may be a little bit challenging given some of the COVID protocols that we had in place. So we enlisted the help of the amazing instructional coaches that we have in SUSD. As an instructional leader myself at Pueblo, I recognize that we have other people in our district that are true experts that can come and help us when we have issues such as this that we want to tackle. So I tapped into my longtime friend and colleague, Diane Murphy, to come and meet with my teams. And Diane came and met with us on a monthly basis, or more than monthly at some points in time, to really come up with some very out-of-the-box ways that my students and my teachers could implement small group and individualized instruction, but still be COVID friendly to the protocols. And we would get together as a team and we would look at how can we implement these instructional strategies throughout the school year so that we were really targeting the needs of each of our students. We did that starting from the beginning of school all the way through, actually we have a meeting again tomorrow as our final wrap up and celebration. We were also piloting iReady and using that as a supplement for our small groups, but we've soon recognized that the tools that are in FastBridge were really, really helpful for our Tier 3 students. So when we got done with our winter testing. We looked at the results of that and realized that we needed to have a little bit more information. So what we did was we looked at what are some of the tools that are in the FastBridge platform, and one of those tools is the A reading tool. And we honed in on our students that we were seeing were having some issues, and we administered the A reading tool for those students. And then along with Diane Murphy, I got together with my Tier 3 specialists and teachers, and we really looked at which students were really in need of that double and triple dip into those skills for the rest of the school year so that we could really target them for the last 6 to 8 weeks, targeting the specific instruction, targeting the specific skill, and doing progress monitoring with each of those students for the last 6 to 8 weeks of school. We believe that we've seen a lot of success. And much like my colleague and friends, Nan Wilkinson and Brooke Williams at Pueblo, we are continuing this effort into next year, where we are looking at how do we create a master schedule that allows us not only to do our dual immersion model, but also to implement an intervention and enrichment time, because we also do have several students that need that push up. So we're very excited about using this tool and what our schedule and what our results are going to be for next year. Next slide. I don't know if I'm doing these slides. I believe I am. So this just gives you a little bit of an idea of the amazing results that we had using this from the fall to the winter. And I don't know if Dr. Bachna wants to talk about these.
Sure. So you can see the change from winter to spring in terms of the students going above the 50th percentile. In kindergarten, it went from a 68% at or above the 50th percentile to 77%. And in first grade, it went from 56% to 80% above at or above the 50th percentile. Next slide, please. And looking at the second grade results, we do see a big increase from 61% at or above the 50th percentile to 88% at or above the 50th percentile in the spring. Where we don't see an increase, interestingly, is third grade, from 53% in winter to 44% in spring. And I don't know if Principal Cummins wants to speak to any of that.
We're looking at what the results are in third grade, but one of the things that I will say about we're looking at the comparison of some of our modalities, that is whether or not we had students that were online learning versus students that were in person, and whether that made any kind of a difference, or you know, kind of doing a deeper dive into what may have happened in that particular grade level, just to make sure that whatever skills that we might want to that we're lacking or that might have gone down, we want to make sure that we're starting immediately when those students come in fourth grade, and or that we targeted those students for summer learning opportunities. Thank you, Dr. Bachna.
Thank you, Principal Hammond. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fountain to wrap up.
All right, so just finishing things up tonight. Again, thank you to all of our administrators and Diane Murphy for joining us this evening for a second time, even because they came in person last week. So just the last couple of things here. We are working on developing some feedback from teachers to get their insight on the process, either at the end of this year or to kick off next year. We know we have some additional training and supports to provide to assist our teachers with the development of those small groups, and you heard Diane talk about that earlier. Some principal PLC work with our assistant superintendents to address the 4 PLC questions. We're working on our onboarding for 4th and 5th grade teachers. You heard Nan talk a little bit about how they've kicked that off at Sequoia. And then, of course, we are ready and willing to come back to update the board again in September after a full year of usage of implementation, so we can share with you the work that's going on. You know, I think that you see some results there at Pueblo where they were a little bit ahead of the game with some of their small group work. And I know what's happening on all of our campuses will begin to mirror that. And so I'm confident you'll see some positive results with that as you move into the fall. So with that, if we have any questions on the board, we would be happy to work together to answer those. And we're pleased to give you this update.
Thank you very much. Are there any board member questions or comments? Board member Lindsay, followed by board member Hartwells.
Yeah, and I apologize if I missed this, but on the slide for next steps, it talked about, well, let me go back. there is one here on implementation highlights where it says almost all schools receive PD on understanding and interpreting data from reports, forming groups, and exploring the intervention lessons provided by FastBridge. What's the plan for the schools that have not had that PD yet?
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. What I did was I reached out to every school and asked if they would like me to come out and work with their teachers. I had a response from all but 3 schools. And of those 3 schools, one of them, they decided to do it in-house. They had some teachers that were really just doing a great job with it. So they wanted that training to be done with them. And the other 2 have scheduled me for the beginning of this next school year.
And then what's the plan for new teachers that are coming in for PD?
Great question. It'll be a part of day 2, and there's a 3-day new teacher orientation for new teachers, and it will be a part of we'll address it on day 2 and day 3 of new teacher orientation.
And then is there any supports for parents understanding the data and results and how to support kids at home?
Another great question. FastBridge has, out of their 12 different reports, one is a really nice family parent report. And in fact, I was with Dr. Bachna this afternoon and during the assessment committee that we had, and we were talking about perhaps even using that as some mid-year or mid-quarter reports instead of like a report card for that could be the report card. And the parents that were on the committee were really impressed with when I shared with them what that report looked like. They really liked that. They said that's something very easy for us to be able to read. We wouldn't need a lot of interpretation. We've also talked about perhaps creating a video that could also help parents understand what some of these things mean.
Okay, and then my last one is I see that our required assessments, most grades are 7 up to 8th grade. 4th is 5. What's the difference? Why is 4th 5 and the other ones are 7?
I can speak to that. I'll have to go back and look at our counts. I think we were, you know what it was, Ms. Member Lindsay, we introduced FastBridge this year for K3. We did not introduce it for 4th grade yet. But in terms of all of the counts of assessments, a testing working group is meeting right now. We met last week and today, and we're looking at the count of assessments for next year and really evaluating if we need what we need and what we need to keep on the schedule and why we're using each assessment and how many we really should have on a calendar in a school year.
And then being that these are required assessments, the iReady pilot is not included in those numbers, right?
It is not.
Do we have any idea what extra assessments most schools add to the required?
You know, it varies from school to school and campus to campus. I don't know if any of my colleagues have more of an insight from teaching and learning. I focus more on the district-wide ones, but I do know there are other things going on.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Board Member Lindsay. Board Member Hart-Wells.
Thank you, President Greenberg. I had a couple of questions, and again, apologies if I missed it, but the professional development for the SEL component of FastBridge, when is that being delivered to the secondary? So we've seen a lot of information. I know the SEL wasn't used necessarily this year, but we just approved the purchase of that component the last 2 board meetings ago, I guess. What is the plan to roll out the SEL component, particularly in the high schools?
I'll hop in and answer that. Again, similar to the new teacher orientation, we have 5 teacher preparation days at the start of the school year. One half of one of those days, it's the second day of teacher preparation, the day after the Welcome Back rally. We have a menu of items that we'll be putting on for all of our returning teachers. So everyone will get the same thing, and that is intended to be part of that Welcome Back stuff.
Okay, thank you. And then Dr. Bachna, the chart, you had 2 slides that had some bar graphs on them, and then there was a subsequent one a little bit further down. as a district, from an enterprise, from your perspective, you're looking at all this data. What do you take away from the results as a finding?
I think they show some interesting information in terms of where we're at. I mean, it's only 2 data points. I'm curious to see as we go further along what this really looks like. I also think we started mid-year, and I'd like to see what beginning of the year looks like. I expect it to be a little bit lower at the start of the school year when the kids are first starting out. In terms of, it's a comparison to the national scale, so it's interesting to see how we compare nationally in terms of how we rank across the nation in terms of students taking these tests.
Can I jump in as well, Dr. Bachna? We have some great intervention and programming planned this summer, and I'm really interested to look at the data for students that participated in the different programs and the impact it made on the FastBridge data to see if we see growth in specific areas, targeted areas of concern. So this is the first time we've had such specific data district-wide for reading, and then we'll be able to make determinations on how the program worked for our students. So as Dr. Bachna shared, the fall data is going to really help us guide our work.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, oh, I had a question on the norm cut scores that you showed, the first slide that had some data presented in a graph, and it was neighbored with a chart. You had norm cut scores. Were those percents or were those exact numbers? I don't know if we can.
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute. Diane, I think those are exact numbers for those cut scores, correct?
Yes, those are, wait, no, those are percents.
Okay, thank you.
Because they were like thousands of kids, so it was what percent of where kids landed.
Thank you.
So those were percents in the chart. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Board Member Beckman.
I maybe have missed this in the data, but that chart graph, can you explain how we're going to assess the cohort data as they move along?
I believe next year we will start to have charts where we can compare over time. So as we get into the fall, we'll be able to follow that same cohort. Right now, we don't have a cohort trend because we've only given it twice within the same school year. Yeah.
But that has to look. We're going to intentionally. Okay.
Yes.
Right,
thank you.
Can I add something to that? There are of the dozen different reports. There's one called Impact that we were able to access this year, where it showed what impact the teachers' interventions in their progress monitoring group made between winter to spring. And it was pretty exciting to see some kids move from from like at risk, some at risk to low at risk. And then next year there will be a growth one where unfortunately we were not able to access that one because you have to have fall data in order for us to look at the that growth one.
Board Member Beckman, do you have any additional questions?
No, I just appreciate that. That's the data I find all of it interesting, but want to see that kind of cohort gives me more of the information I like to see as far as it. Thank you.
I agree.
Are there any further board member questions or comments? Well, Dr. Fountain and Dr. Bachna, Diane, everybody, thank you so much for your time. It would be helpful to be provided some of that data. I think trend data is something we like to look at in general. I know it's only been implemented for a year, so that's not really necessarily possible at this time, but I think as we track this over time, you know, it'll be great to see how FastBridge can really help us with these targeted interventions. Are there any further questions or comments? None. Well, thank you so much, everybody. And thank you to the board members who submitted questions ahead of time. They answered a lot of questions that I had. The board will now move to agenda item 7C, information discussion item, elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund ESSER update. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. This evening, Shannon Crozier will start our conversation about planning for ESSER relief funds, and I believe she's going to share breaking news with respect to what we can expect as an SUSD allocation for ESSER 3. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Shannon.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and guests. Tonight we are looking at the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding, otherwise more commonly known as ESSER. Next slide. So ESSER was approved, ESSER 1 was approved March 27th, 2020 by the federal government. And essentially it was approved to provide additional funds to schools to help deal with COVID-19, to help us to get through that, preparedness for it, address local relief, recovery, and efforts to respond to COVID-19. These are just a couple of the things that are listed for the purpose for ESSER funds. However, it is very open as to how we can spend those funds. It also includes any activity allowed under ESSA, which is Title I, Title III, Title IV, as well as the Federal Education Act, which is IDEA, CTE, McKinney-Vento, along with providing resources to address the needs of individual schools, improving the preparedness and response efforts, supplies to sanitize and clean the schools, PPE supplies, technology that might be needed to get schools open and going, mental health support, summer learning and after-school programs, as well as maintaining the operation and continuity of services to schools and continuing to employ existing staff. So the first round of money started with ESSER 1. It goes back to March 13th, 2020, and it runs through March 30th of 2022. That first round of funds was just over $2 million. We have spent a good portion of that money, but we used it for a variety of things. One of the things we did was continuing to pay staff. We purposely moved expenses to ESSER so that we could free up some M&O dollars originally, not knowing how this year would look, also knowing that we had a significant decrease in enrollments in ADM. So that took a major portion of the ESSER funds. We also used those funds for a safe place to learn, which was a requirement if we had schools closed or we were doing school remotely, we had to offer students a safe place to learn. So we used a good portion of money for that. Additionally, we looked at the need for a COVID specialist who could work with our schools in addressing issues, addressing the COVID numbers, looking at what, looking to see what was happening locally, how we could provide more support to our schools in addressing the needs of COVID. Then we have a portion that we've set aside for summer school for this year. And then there was in this first round a required proportionate private school share. So that we were required with this first round of ESSER money to set aside a portion of it for private schools. That was only for ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and 3 did not include that. Then in December 27th of 2020, next slide, please. December 27th, 2020, again, the federal government met and decided and passed ESSER, what became ESSER 2. That particular grant goes from March 13th, 2020. All of these ESSER funds actually go retro back to March 30th, 2020. This particular one goes to September 30th of 2023. So think 23-24 school year, the first part of it. We've looked at a couple of things on what we think we need to do with that, or some ideas on those funds. Again, continuing with the COVID specialist to continue to help us as we prepare through this next chapter of moving forward with COVID and doing things like setting up vaccination sites, that type of thing. We still believe that we're going to have to provide PPE to our school sites. We know that we're still going to need hand sanitizer. We'll still need disinfecting items for the schools. So we've set aside funds for that. The governing board approved a retention stipend so that we could continue to encourage our kids' staff to continue employment with us after an extremely difficult year. So a big portion of that went to the retention stipend. We've also got a large portion, 2.6 million, set aside for community education support. As I mentioned, one of the things that they wanted you to do with this fund is continue to employ staff. Our community schools program did a lot of the return to school, a lot of the safe place to learn, as well as offering programs before and after school for families who are back at work that need somewhere for their child to go before or after school, as well as enrichment programs. However, the revenue source that they're used to seeing was not there. We were still trying to provide those opportunities to our family, continuing to employ the staff, because we know that those are hard spots to fill again if we didn't continue to employ those staff. So we felt it's important to help them out as they've taken a very hard hit this year with their revenues, and yet still employing the staff that they have and continuing to offer services. We also thought it was important to look at a 0.4 psychologist, and I want to point out that $84,000 is over 2 years. That would be for 2 fiscal years. And the purpose of this is that we have started a program with psychologists where we are doing psychologist interns. And so this would be somebody to help oversee and monitor all of those psychologist interns, as well as working with them so that we can continue to grow our own psychologist, which I think Dr. Aaron talked about a couple weeks ago. Next slide. Additionally, we know that we need some facility needs. We have set aside a large portion to cover some of the things such as the MERV 11 filters, air filters. So that's a stronger air filter, which we were using this current year for all of our classrooms. We need to purchase drinking fountains. Not all of our sites have the drinking fountains that have the bottled water fillers in it. So we're using some funds to make sure that we have those type of drinking fountains on all of our sites, maybe add a couple extra, so that we can have students safely getting water, as well as we had to order power washers when the students started eating outside more so than usual. That became a need to start to keep the schools clean. We needed to be able to power wash areas. We know that in addition, that in the next year or so, we're going to have additional things that come up with facilities that are COVID related that will need some funds set aside for them. A small amount, we've been sending water to all of our school sites for the past month and a half. They get a delivery every single week of cases of water since those drinking fountains are off. And then we've set aside, and Dr. Guerin's going to talk about this a little bit, but we've set aside $1 million for additional summer learning and after school programs, in addition to another $1 million set aside for our accelerated learning. Dr. Guerin's going to speak to that in just a minute, but essentially it's a grant within the ESSER grant where schools can request the needs that they have for their school and opportunities for their school through a grant process, which is reviewed by a committee. So that brings us to the $8.4 million that we received for ESSER 2. Next slide, please. ESSER 3. So we're starting to planning for ESSER 3. That was approved on March 11th, 2021. Again, effective March 13th, this time through September 30th, 2024. So think 24-25 school year. Now that's a little bit far off. We had originally estimated this at 19 million. However, as of late this afternoon, we know that the allocation for Scottsdale schools is $19,039,754.44. So pretty good on the estimate there. We're pretty close, a little bit more than what we had originally anticipated. But ESSER 3 has a couple new requirements with it. So you can still use the money the ways you did for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. However, with ESSER 3, you need to develop and make publicly available on our website our plan for safe return and in-person instruction. Most Arizona districts already have that, where it's been posted. That was a requirement from the state, so we have that already posted. However, we have to update that every 6 months or anytime the CDC updates its guidance. In addition, we have to provide the public the opportunity to provide input on that. And so we've got a plan in place, again, that Dr. Guerin will be talking about and how we're going to make sure that that happens. Next slide. Additionally, with the ESSER 3 funds, there's some new requirements. So 20% or 3.8 million must be set aside to address learning loss. It has to be evidence-based, it has to respond to students' academic and emotional needs, and it has to address the disproportionate impact of COVID on a variety of subgroups. I've only got a few listed, but low-income families, children with disabilities, and English learners, as well as a variety of other subgroups. Next slide, please. One of the recommendations I would make is we look at that and say, okay, well, there's $19 million, and we have several years to use that money. What we don't want to do is create a huge funding cliff, and we don't want to just look at it and go, hey, there's $19 million and try to spend, come up with ways that we could spend it all at once. So one of the recommendations that I've given that several other districts are doing is kind of a tiered approach, where the first year, which would be the 21-22 school year, next school year, using 40% of it, or 7.6 million. Might be a little bit more now that we know the actual allocation. For fiscal year 22-23, 30%, or 5.7 million. 23-24 year, 20%, or 3.8 million. And then we have that summer months up until September to use the final amount, which would be 1.9. Doing that kind of helps us to, get what we need up front, which is probably the most needed for expenditures, and then slowly start to tier that down and then wrap that up for the summer of the 24-25 school year. Dr. Guerin.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Okay, just want to make sure I stopped echoing. Good evening, everyone. So this is really an opportunity and a challenge. It's an opportunity for us to look at what's working and expand. It's an opportunity and a challenge for us to innovate, to be responsive, to take it to the next level in regards to providing resources, support, and program for our students in a way that we haven't before with so much funding. If we can go to the next slide, please. We are recommending some grant positions. These would be limited appointment for the duration of the grant. So again, they would be funded through the grant and only last through the duration of the grant. The first is an ESSER coordinator. ESSER 3 has a lot of specific requirements in regards to who participates in making decisions, how we allocate the funds, how we assess what is working, what to do when it is not working, how to expand. So this ESSER coordinator we're recommending would be a 0.8 position, so not full-time, and they would help manage all the program proposals that we're navigating right now, evaluating program effectiveness, working hand in hand with building leaders and with teachers to ensure that our COVID recovery is far-reaching, that we are hearing all voices at the table, that we have parents and students included in the process, and that we're continuing to maintain these services and build upon them based on the ever-changing needs of students in our ever-changing situation. A data warehouse developer is a position we are so excited about, and this is a position when Shannon talks about the funding cliff, this is something we would need to get this up and running. We are currently in an RFP process to partner with a company to develop a data warehouse. When you think of a classroom teacher and we're asking a number of assessments that are required by district, there could also be specific assessments, such as if you're in a dual language immersion school, you have assessments specific to language proficiency. So instead of having teachers have to go in and mine data in different programs, the vision is that they would have a dashboard for each student and for their entire class, where they could pull attendance data, behavior data, social emotional support data, FastBridge data, anything that we have as for assessments would be all on one page so that teachers would not have to mine the different programs. They could see data for the individual students, for subgroups, for the class. A principal or a team would also have a special data hub using information to drive their professional learning community. And we would have a data view for parents so they can see all of these reports, just like Diane was talking about in the last presentation. It would be at everyone's fingertips. So not only is Dr. Bachna's assessment committee looking at what assessments we need and what assessments we should retire, because we have to very carefully manage the amount of how much we're assessing students and how much we're asking teachers to spend in regards to that. But we also need to make it available and usable so it will truly drive instruction on a daily basis. So this person is going to help us build this system. And there's so much work behind the scenes to have all these programs integrated. A fiscal support specialist would be a classified position. there is unbelievable amounts of reporting and fiscal responsibility with this position. So these are 3 that we are recommending, again, that would be limited appointment and pay for it out of the grant. Next slide, please. So we already have ESSER 2 funding allocated to help with sites. And though we are in the process of building an even more robust and inclusive process, we're already starting to build a way for sites to request ESSER funds. And we are already navigating our first 11 proposals. We want to make it very clear that we want this to be transparent, inclusive, and that everyone can put forward great ideas that this committee would vet, and they would vet them through a rubric. So the ESSER coordinator would lead the committee in accepting, reviewing, and then once approved, supporting the implementation and monitoring the progress of all the proposals and the plans. And if you go to the next slide, I'll share with you the rubric. And this rubric was developed based on the requirements of ESSER. So when we look at a project proposal, is it designed to meet student needs? Shannon talked about academic learning, social, emotional health of students being the primary focus of ESSER. The project need, is it aligned to identified student needs through our data and assessment? So what we're seeing in our data, is this supporting it? Assessment and progress monitoring. We need to be able to know if the project is working and how it is supporting students and families. We'll look at curriculum and material. Federal grant compliance, of course, is a requirement, and we will review the budget. So everyone on this committee will score each proposal according to a rubric, and those proposals will then come to Cabinet for approval. Next slide, please. So innovative, can you go back one? I think we might have skipped one. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. I'm sorry, one more. All right, so what is different this summer? We've already started to use ESSER funds for our summer programming, and one I'm sure you've all heard about is Summer Boost program for elementary. This is specific to students that have identified learning needs based on some of our assessments. And these assessments helped us to identify who specifically needed additional support in summer, and invitations were sent out to these students. We have hired 19 highly qualified elementary educators to teach these classes. And I'm just so grateful because I know how exhausted everyone is from the past year, and that we had so many great applicants to continue to teach and continue to meet the needs of SUSD students in the summer is really exciting. What's different about this is we have pre and post assessment data, so we'll be able to determine program effectiveness. We are providing transportation to our 2 sites from the school front door. And we also have social emotional support content embedded into the program. We will focus on English language arts and also mathematics problem solving. We have sent out hundreds and hundreds of invitations and are wrapping up enrollment, so I'll be able to provide you with additional data soon. Next slide, please. In secondary for Summer Bridge, we've had Summer Bridge before. It is focused on mathematics, but what's different this year is we're offering it both in person and virtual. We've expanded the number of sites that is offering this program. And for the first time, we have common interventions and assessments. So we'll be able to look at our 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade data, which are all the grades we've expanded to now, and look and see what is working and how our students have responded, particularly with the iReady assessments. Next slide, please. In high school, we are again offering free tuition with a small application fee that can be waived based on need. I want to thank all of the staff at the sites that individually reached out to students and families, explaining how summer programming for summer school, how we can help with credit recovery, how we can help with course completion to take that incomplete and turn it into a credit. All that individual reaching out by teachers, by counselors, by administrators has helped boost our enrollment and really target the students that need it. We're offering both brick and mortar and virtual summer programming, because some really enjoy the virtual aspect, but others, if they're struggling, they need to be in a classroom and seeing it right in front of them, the learning and the instruction. We've added additional layers through Dr. Sakos of counseling and social worker support. So we've really upped to that support. And one of the things I am so excited about is student tutoring. We have recruited and hired and are paying our Honor Society students to tutor. We have drop-in tutoring and scheduled tutoring. And we've just recently expanded this to K-12. And we're also going to be hiring elementary, middle, and high school teachers to help with the tutoring. So you can have a student tutor or you can request a certified teacher. And we've just advertised it, and I cannot believe the number of families that have already signed up just this weekend. So this is a new creative approach, and I think this is just what the spirit of ESSER is, to look at new ways to reach all families, multiple opportunities, because not one size fits all. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to give you a little flavor of some of the current proposals that are going through the committee right now. And right now we have an abbreviated committee. We didn't want to hold up any of these proposals that are timely, but we are in the process. As soon as Shannon gave us the thumbs up that she's actually getting the ESSER funds, and we know how much money that we have, we're expanding our committee to be very inclusive, to encourage parents and students and staff to be involved. So one of our proposals comes from community education, and that's providing training and social emotional support for our preschool students. So to really provide some summer training for our preschool teachers in order to meet the needs of the preschool students. Desert Mountain High School came with a trifecta proposal. We've got LRC student support to support inclusion. So special education students being included in general education student classrooms with additional supports. We have their Diligent Den of Wolves, that is a tutoring program that they've had throughout the pandemic. So this could continue it. And they'd also like to add some international baccalaureate drop-in support. We have special education asking for additional supports for summer programming for students for the enrichment programs. And we have one from Mountainside Middle School for after-school tutoring. And Tavon has planned a whole summer intervention program. We've already received about 12 or 13 proposals, and we're just in the initial stages, but I wanted to give you a flavor of what we're seeing from the sites. And we're going to increase and ask for intervention and involvement so we can really take it to the next level with this additional funding. Next slide. So for next steps, we're going to work hand in hand with stakeholders to develop this innovative programming and then check to ensure it's working. You've heard a lot about assessment and progress monitoring tonight. So we're not just going to design a program, approve it, and let it go. We're going to keep asking ourselves, how are the students? Is it making a difference? What is the impact? How can we improve? We're going to build the data dashboards so we can answer all of these questions, and also the data dashboard to assess how we are doing in meeting our strategic plan goals that are in development right now. We will continue with a robust cycle of innovation, implementation, assessment, and all of this we will do together to ensure student success as we come out of this pandemic. Shannon and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Shannon and Dr. Guerin. Are there are some public comment board member comments or questions, beginning with Board Member Beckman, then Vice President Sanowski, then Board Member Hart-Wells.
Okay, that's a lot of information, and I appreciate you for putting that all together. It's exciting that we are getting these grants to kind of help us come out of this and address some of these issues. One area that our community and our board over time has really asked for support in and focused on that I want to talk to you about throughout this, and it's our mental health of our kids. We talk about social emotional learning all the time. We talk about supporting them as they come out of this. And I see in ESSER 2, we allocated for a 0.4 FTE for a psychologist And then down below in the proposal, you talk about counselor and social worker support, but you're really not identifying any allocated dollars for that. And I know I have striven for a really long time to see, I know it's a lofty goal, but to see us get to like a 450 to 1 ratio for all of our students in SUSD. And I really would like you to speak to that component, because coming out of this, it's an extraordinarily important area of which we need focus, and the state needs to focus on too. So what are we doing when you say counselors and social worker support?
So I'd like to address this initially, and then of course hand it over to Dr. Sackos for specificity. So we are so excited that we now have a social worker allocated for every school through a separate grant. So that is key. What we want to be careful of with something like reducing the counselor ratio, which we absolutely consider, is the funding cliff that Shannon talked about. So we could absolutely, and we're struggling with this in a productive way with adding staff, because any staff that we add with this money, it lasts for 3 years and then we have to pull it away. So is it something specifically targeted, like a math specialist that is specific to a certain skill or goal, so we can boost student achievement up with the understanding that we have 3 years to do that and innovate? With something like a guidance counselor and making the ratio, then there's going to be a push to continue it. So that is the productive struggle we're having with this temporary money. It is so much, and it is for 3 years, but we want to be very careful of that funding cliff. And then I'll hand it over to Dr. Sackos.
And I really quickly, I do appreciate that. I will state, I know that you want to make sure that something is sustainable. I get that. This is just a lot of money, and I'd love to see some specific focus. Anyway, Dr. Sackos, thank you, Dr. Guerin.
Good evening, Board Member Beckman. It's important to remember that our current counselor ratio at our middle school and high school is 375 to 1. So last year around this time, or earlier, time is, I'm in a warp zone, that was approved by the governing board. And so, and then in addition, as Dr. Guerin said, then we're now going to be up to 1 social worker for every single school, and that is in part for the school safety grant.
So I appreciate that. And I talk to community members quite a few times and try and clarify that when they talk about the state average being 900 to 1, that when we talk about Scottsdale Unified, the 375 or 450 as it was before, we're talking about middle school and high school. But if you broke out all of K through 12, we would be at, we just don't have them there. That would be a significantly larger number. But the social workers as a start, I appreciate that. And getting down to in the middle school and high school area, I appreciate that too. But just to be clear, we're not providing any funding for more counselors with any of this ESSER funding.
Well, what I would like to do is bring this need forward. And what we're asking people to do is to innovate and to come up with ideas. So it's not just one small group. So we know that need, and if there's a way to do it that provides that additional support, but avoids that funding cliff to be so dramatic, we'll definitely explore it. So there isn't anything off the table, and we can talk about it at middle school and high school principal meetings. We can talk about it with our committee, with the different associations and stakeholders.
And thank you. And I'll close with that, because I think that maybe having those conversations, you may find that some of our principals think that's just fine. They're handling it okay. Some may want the additional support, and surely we can sustain 1 or 2 if we need to in certain areas with this. So thank you.
And Board Member Beckman, you said, this is so much money. So this is an opportunity for us to really think outside the box. That's how we came up with student tutoring. I think Dr. Sackos and her team came up with that. So we're going to really ask everyone to really think outside the box and innovate, to truly innovate.
Thank you.
Vice President Sanowski.
Yes, this is a great conversation we're having. It is a lot of money, and I realize it's not forever money. But in our state, we are given a budget yearly, annually by our legislature. So there is never a consistent guarantee in any of our funds. I'd like for us to consider using that money, as Board Member Beckman kind of alluded to, in even if it's just 3 years, let's have a discussion on where the students' needs are. And then, yes, the innovative ideas are great, but they might be pretty simple as well. So I'd like for us to stay open-minded to simple needs being met as well. And Dr. Guerin, you and I had a conversation over email about assessments and analysis of the number of assessments. And I think it's really important for anyone who's listening or watching to understand that the district is concerned about the number of assessments that students take and the amount of instructional time that teachers are giving to providing assessments. And then, you know, I think it's innovative to talk about a coordinator position and a data warehouse developer, because then potentially the teachers could spend less time front loading data in and spend more time analyzing their specific student data and designing appropriate lessons and challenging to their students' needs. I think that's really important. I wanted to make a comment. I think it's great that our district is looking at hiring some of our National Honor Society students and having them become employees to helping our other students, whether they're high school or younger. That also is kind of giving them an idea of what it might be like to be a teacher. So potentially recruiting futures leaders into the profession. And I think we should be taking advantage of every opportunity we can there. On the ESSER 2, when Shannon mentioned, well, when on her part of it, there was a component of it for after school expenditures. So I'd like to learn more about what that's looking like. Is that just tutoring, or is it providing potentially like our student advisory board leaders shared tonight, interesting activity-based, hands-on learning activities, because that too can be very therapeutic and de-stressing for kids to have some great innovative learning opportunities. So I'd like for us to be considering that as well, with getting the parents' input. Maybe we have some experts out in the community who are willing to co-teach with a certified teacher this summer, or next school year after school with club with some of their expertise too, building the bridge between our community and our schools further. I made a whole bunch of notes here. Let's see. Oh, I have a question. Which particular summer sites, to be clear, are offering summer learning opportunities?
I think it might be easier to tell you which ones are not, because we have, and I can absolutely provide you the list because I don't want to leave anyone out, but we have a blend of district sponsored programs. And then we also have tried and true site programs that families have come to depend on. And then other schools like Devon who have used ESSER funds to develop their own site program. So I can provide you with the list. They are everywhere. And I encourage families to reach out with Let's Talk. If they haven't found their perfect fit yet, we will find it for you. And that's a little bit how this tutoring evolved, because we want to make sure that we individualize it, that everyone that wants something has something.
And recognizing that reading and math are vital to all subjects. But I'd like for us to include in all of this conversation more than just reading and math. Our science, our history, our fine arts, performing arts, all of that, those things are really important to student learning. And some of those courses are what gets kids to school. So I'd like for us to make sure we're including them as well as just reading and math for these enrichment opportunities. Thank you all for, this is great. I look forward to teachers putting forth these innovative ideas that they think their students need. and would really enjoy, because I know we have a lot of very talented staff members out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hartwells.
Thank you. I just have a request / comment, and it will be unsurprising to you. I would like to request, and maybe warn you, I'm going to be very keen to see the academic results and outcomes based on contemporaneously collected data that of not just the summer initiatives, but all of these what end up becoming supported proposals under all the ESSER funding. And I would just request that you build that into the administration of all of these acceleration efforts now. In large part, it will allow, it will avoid having to kind of reverse engineer information and then drawing conclusions. And that really, in terms of an approach, lacks integrity compared to contemporaneously collected data. So on your slide that had the proposal stages and requirements and the rubric, assessments was one. That was assessments, but it didn't have the granularity. I'm not sure kind of what that meant. But assessments, not just at the proposal, which I'm sure because that component's there, I hope that a lot of emphasis is placed that credible assessment outcome data is built into the proposals and it will be collected contemporaneously. But also from a enterprise or systems perspective, when you're funding or supporting these proposals, how are they fitting together to kind of, raise the tide for everybody as at an enterprise level? And I asked that question a little bit earlier, and there, that maybe it's too premature for that, but it is not too premature to build in that type of business assessment now. In fact, the now is when to do it. And I would strongly request that you please do that now, so that when we ask the questions, how is this all working out? We don't just have this A proposal, B proposal, all these silos, but how does it work together to benefit the whole district-wide? So thank you. I'll stop there. Thank you for all this analysis. I think this is exciting, and I'm very glad to hear the tutoring core. That is a drum I've been beating for about 4 months now. So that's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Beckman.
Just a comment. I just wanted to say thank you for taking seriously and doing free summer school again with that small fee. It was really important to many high school kids that I know that was affordable. So because especially coming off a year like that we just had, that they can just kind of go back in there and learn those fundamentals maybe they didn't pick up on. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lindsay.
Yeah, looking at the slides from ADE on ESSER 3, and it talks about how the district must engage in meaningful consultation with stakeholders and provide the public the opportunity to provide input and take such input into account when developing the plan. Have we already discussed like how we're going to do that?
So that is the robust committee that will vet all the applications. And I believe there will be periodic reports to the board throughout the process. So absolutely. And that is why the ESSER coordinator, the data dashboard developer, these are all key pieces. What Dr. Hartwells mentioned about building it now to make certain that we have the data. The other thing we want to do is align all of this work, not only with the goals of ESSER, but with our strategic plan goals as a district, so that we will have real-time data to, when Dr. Menzel says, how are the students and how do we know? We'll be able to say that in so many different ways. So that is the vision. It is a heavy lift, but it's such an opportunity as well. So we're really excited about it.
And when do you think we'll form this committee?
Well, we've already formed a small group to kickstart it, to deal with these 9, 10, or 11, 12 presentations. Now that we know the amount of ESSER 3, you will see it on the community hub, the committee hub very soon, and we'll start recruiting and training. I anticipate that the committee will kick off again early August, late July.
Okay, and we'll send an email out to parents so they know that
they will be tired of hearing from me.
Okay.
I promise.
Are there any additional board member questions or comments before mine? Well, thank you. Another excellent presentation. I wanted to follow up on a few points to Board Member Beckman's point. Board Member Beckman and previous board members and I have all pushed for additional counselors to help our students. Social emotional learning is very important. I know it's important to this board as well. I do want to thank Superintendent Kathy Hoffman and the Arizona Department of Education for the security grant we received. I think they allocated just over $21 million to public schools across Arizona for counselors and social emotional workers and social workers, anyone in that category. And we, because of the funding they've allocated to us, we were able to hire 22. So I really appreciate that, and I think we owe a debt of gratitude for that allocation. But I do appreciate the fact at the same time that funding is limited, and because of the way funding currently works, this money will run up. And so perhaps there is a way to have that targeted system that Board Member Beckman was discussing to at least allocate some of the resources there where it's most needed for the time being until something more sustainable comes up. I will note that it is pretty rare for the board to receive public comments from state representatives or senators. It is unfortunate we have not received them about school funding because that is the thing that they're most concerned with. It's what allows us to not only build schools, but also build all these great academic programs for our students. For the additional advisory help, one idea that's been floated to me, and I know other schools that do have some more resources than we have, but that I've seen before is kind of the academic advisory system where students are allocated not just a counselor or guidance counselor, but also kind of an academic advisor who talks to them about, who will meet with them once a semester, once a quarter, to discuss issues both inside and outside the classroom. So maybe that's something that, teachers are very busy. They have a lot on their plates, but it might be something that any staff members, including teachers, might be interested in at least piloting at certain sites. And I know that a lot of frankly, all of our teachers work very hard to make sure they're talking to students and build that relationship anyways. So maybe some sort of formal system there could be one of those unique opportunities for us. I agree with Board Member Hartwells about the measurables on these. I think that's a really important point that gets built. I fully agree. I couldn't say it any better. I think it's nice to know what those are, what those OKRs are for that specific project, even if they aren't, even if the OKRs aren't necessarily students will improve by 2 points or something. There are other measurables that are targets of a project that matter just as much as the academic outcomes. And then, of course, the bigger picture is overall, are our students exceeding expectations? And no doubt they can, because we have great students and teachers. I do not have any additional comments, and I don't have any questions at this time. Are there any further questions or comments by any board members? Well, thank you very much, Dr. Guerin, Shannon. We really appreciate it. It is 9:05 p.m. Is there any desire by the board to take a 5-minute break, or shall we just power through? Vice President Sanowski.
That was my power through motion.
Power through it is.
Hey, I'm open to what other people want too.
Would anybody like a break, or shall we just continue? Just continue. The board will now move to agenda item 8, consent agenda. Are there any motions to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Board Member Beckman moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Hartwell seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve the consent agenda as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to consent agenda item 8N, Authorization of expenditure, tennis courts renovation, Saguaro High School. Board Member Beckman.
Yeah, thank you, President Greenberg. The reason that I pulled this wasn't because I wasn't truly excited for Saguaro High School to get some new tennis courts. I am. We had a community member question a few things about the proposal itself and the bid, et cetera, and the warranty associated with, just some more details with regard to this. And it's a substantial amount of money. So I would like Daniel to speak to some of those points with regard to kind of a deeper dive in what we're getting for the money and why you chose the vendor you did, and the typical warranty associated with those courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Governing Board Member Beckman, President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, Dr. Menzel. Thanks for having me. So what I plan on doing to address those concerns is just to read the email that I already sent Dr. Menzel, just because I feel like that was really just the best way to put it and to address all the concerns that were brought by that community member. So it may sound a little awkward because I'm reading, but here we go. So the concerns brought up by the community member are not unique to any construction project that's undertaken by the district. There's always a chance that material defects or poor workmanship can lead to failed products. So how we mitigate those risks is by contracting with reputable companies, hiring quality architects and engineers, holding weekly progress meetings, and utilizing our own staff to make site visits and document site conditions. As for the community member's concern pertaining to her conversation with the city of Scottsdale, point of contact Bill Murphy about a corresponding project, there are a multitude of factors that go into how a project is awarded. Some of those factors include the size of the project, such as if there are more courts that are done, that leads to a cheaper price per court, the current workload of the company's current materials pricing, the type of contract being used, for us cooperative contracts, or which type of cooperative contract that would be, the specifications of that project. So at the very beginning of our project, I had asked my civil engineer, who is Hess Roundtree, what a normal price per court would be. And in his experience, working with the two companies that we have, that we went to bid for, he stated approximately $100,000 per court is that current estimate. And this is for those projects that are smaller in scale, so more that are like ours. We're doing 8 tennis courts, so we're not talking about the 20 some odd tennis courts that other entities may do. So our bid, fortunately, falls right in line with that type of pricing. I believe we're just underneath $100,000 per court, which is that industry norm for now. And then as for the contractor that was selected, standing by their bid, a purchase order is a purchase order. And this is in regards to the contractor standing by the pricing that they're giving us and not coming back for an escalated price, which if you have listened to Dennis's or read his emails, and I know you all listened to his presentation to you on Tavano Pueblo, that market conditions are very much a concern for us right now. And that's why we're pushing hard on Tavano and Pueblo and other projects. So when it comes to that, we've had great success with our contractors holding their pricing. If there does need to be a time where escalation is needed, we would include what's called an escalation contingency, but that was not ever a discussion with this contractor, because when we did our pre-bid walkthrough, we talked about the market conditions and we talked about the different things that would affect our job. And both contractors, General Acrylics and Elite, did not give us any concern or did not also recommend us to have an escalation contingency. So to move forward a little bit, so how the bids were compared. So there was a concern that one bidder was so much higher than the other. And if I remember correctly, I want to say it was around $200,000. So each of the bidders attended a pre-bid walkthrough, and that was conducted by myself. And I, for those of you who don't know, I am the project manager for our bond construction projects, working directly for Dennis Rayler, who unfortunately can't be with us right now. He's busy recovering, so wish him well. And then with my associate, Greg Shelton, who, Member Sanowski, you recognized tonight for 40 years of service that he's given us, and he is an absolute subject matter expert. And then our civil engineer, along with the two different bidders. So they were both given the same set of plans to review prior to the pre-bid walkthrough, and they were both encouraged to ask questions throughout the process. So if you can imagine a group of 10 to 12 individuals walking around the Soro tennis courts all together and pointing out things that they may or may not see on the documents. And this is where we do that good pre-work as an owner's representative team with the civil engineer, and then also with the prospective bidders to make sure that we're getting an all-inclusive price. And so at the end of the walkthrough, they were each given a time period to ask questions. This is a formal period that's done where they send the questions to purchasing, and then we respond to the questions, and neither contractor had any questions for us to answer, meaning that we had a very successful pre-bid walkthrough with very successful contract documents or construction documents. So that was good. And then each bidder was evaluated solely on their bids and references. So it's really important for us as an owners group in building services to bring in contractors that are reputable, because we are spending quite a bit of money, like you alluded to before, Board Member Beckman, and so we want to make sure that we're doing right by the district. So we evaluated both of these companies, General Acrylics and Elite, who are very highly regarded in their field, and we went with the low responsive bidder because to us there really is no difference in quality of contractor. They're both great. We've used Elite on Cherokee Elementary. They did their basketball courts over there. Elite is also working on Desert Mountain High School's football field. So both contractors are very good. We felt in very good hands with both of them. Now, to get to the warranty portion that you talked about, Board Member Beckman, the standard warranty in the industry is 2 years from the time of acceptance. And that time of acceptance really is an important phrase, because that's us as the ownership group walking with the engineer and the contractor and saying, yes, your work meets all the criteria for us to accept this. This now officially starts the turnover, and then officially starts that 2-year time clock for us to say, hey, this part failed or this part doesn't look right. We need you to come back and take a look at this for us. So when it comes to concrete, because these tennis courts are what's called a post-tension slab, it's not a matter of if it cracks, it's a matter of when it cracks. Concrete, no matter what, will crack. So there are just different ways that these companies mitigate those cracks. And by utilizing a post-tension slab, what that does, if you ever get a chance to see it, it's pretty interesting. And I would love to talk to the person that first came up with it. But they put these really long cables in the ground, basically, pour a bunch of concrete, and then they tighten those cables at various times throughout the curing process of the concrete. And then what that does is that pulls it all together and it compresses it really tight. So when the concrete does crack, you get these really hairline fracture cracks that don't have any, they don't affect the playing surface at all. Really, you'll see it a little bit, but that's just one of the things that we'll always get with concrete. And concrete is a much more reliable product than the asphalt tennis courts. If you ever go to Navajo Elementary, the City of Scottsdale tennis court right next to Navajo is asphalt, and it's pretty terrible. It's in dire need of repair. So this is definitely the best way for us to go as a district. And then to keep moving, so one of the best ways for us to maintain our courts is every 5 or 7 years, we need to do what's called a resurfacing. And really that's just putting a new coat of paint with the sand that's with it, the aggregate, that makes that playing surface every 5 to 7 years, which is the same time frame that we should be doing for our parking lots. So I hope that kind of helps answer those questions, and it helps provide some clarity and some relieve some of the stress on spending this money.
Just 2 simple questions. First of all, have we used this vendor on tennis courts in our district before?
We have not, to my knowledge, used General Acrylics, but they have done Westview High School. If I remember correctly, they've done a couple of the community colleges as well. So okay. They have done quite a number of projects in the Valley, and this is one of the only things they do, which differentiates them from Elite. So General Acrylics mostly only does sport courts, while Elite does sport courts and also football fields.
Okay. And when are you hoping to start this, and when are you hoping to finish it with regard to the bid escalation?
Yes, so we are hoping to start it towards the end of summer, and part of the reason why we're giving leeway to general publics on the start date is because the summer is such a busy time for everybody else. And for us, in talking with Matthew Harris and Frank Rubin at Saguaro High School, it's not pertinent that we're done over summer and ready in August 4th for class, because really Frank and his teams over there, they don't start utilizing those courts until it gets cooler. So we're looking more towards finishing between November and December. So that way Frank Rubin and the tennis teams there have the courts that they need, but we also can get the pricing that's going to help us. And that's the best way for us to do that right now.
Okay, so I understand then. We're estimating $800,000 for 4 courts right now, but you may not even start these until August, September and finish them. And we have no concern about any changes in the proposal at that point?
Correct. So for all 8 courts, the pricing has stayed consistently at around $100,000. And this is where we really lean on our engineer and we lean on those contractors to provide us with that discernment. Right. So this was something that they had no issues with, and we have very frank conversations. That there wouldn't be an escalation contingency, and that purchase order is our contract for you to come and build these 8 courts for us.
Okay. Fingers crossed it doesn't go up, because it's a little ways away. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Just for a little bit of board member history here, I actually started tennis playing on those courts back when I was 6, I think, during the summers there, with the precursor to Seth Corey tennis. So it has been a long time on those courts, and ended up playing state championship games there in high school. So it's great that they're being redone. I appreciate the thorough analysis and explanation of the process that got us those bids. So thank you very much for your time. Are there any additional board member questions or comments about this project? Okay. The chair moves to approve action item 8N, authorization of expenditure tennis courts renovation, Saguaro High School, as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sanowski seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve consent agenda item 8N, authorization of expenditure tennis courts renovation, Saguaro High School, as presented. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. The board will now move to action item 9A, action item approval of proposed priorities for submission to Arizona School Boards Association, ASBA, for the 2022 political agenda. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg. This is a topic where the Arizona School Board Association has requested member districts to provide feedback with respect to political priorities. I believe Vice President Sanowski is prepared to talk about this, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. Yes, the Arizona School Board Association meets annually, and the members determine the political agenda. To ensure clear communication, I'm going to read a brief statement that was provided by the Arizona School Board Association. I do realize that all board members and Dr. Menzel have this information, but I think it's important that the public also hear this information. The Arizona School Boards Association represents and advocates for the diverse interests of the state's school district governing boards and the approximately 1 million Arizona school children whose education is entrusted in their care, in our care. ASBA's legislative, regulatory, and legal advocacy is based on the association's political agenda. A member-developed document, the political agenda is discussed, debated, and approved by ASBA membership at the annual delegate assembly. Every district member board has the opportunity to influence the yearly agenda. The 2021 priority issues have been adequately and equitably fund school districts at least the national per median school funding, improve outcomes for all students, require public accountability for taxpayer dollars spent on education, preserve and strengthen local control, and manage the impact of COVID on public schools. To be very clear, quality learning for students cannot exist without quality teaching, education support professionals, and adequate resources. As our Scottsdale delegate to the ASBA Delegate Assembly in the fall, I'd like to propose that the ASBA legislative agenda continue with its primary political agenda and support the addition of the following. All efforts to recruit and retain quality educators reflective of student populations, and this must be led through better wages and benefits, recognizing that students need daily one-on-one learning time regularly with a certified teacher. And it's important that reduction of class size is a top priority. The current reality, though, is that there are not enough highly qualified teachers to allow us to effectively and consistently lower our class size ratios. The reasons for the challenge to recruit and retain teachers is known to be because we do not pay them enough. Students coming out of college with large debt are choosing more lucrative professions. Professionally competitive wages must become a top priority. Currently, districts spend a lot of money hiring and training new employees. This money could be directed more closely to student needs if we were able to support and retain our employees. So I'd like to suggest that the number one, relating to issue number one, priority issue number one, that we are fully funding mentoring programs consisting of regular peer assistance and review. Relating to current priority number 5, the addition of relevant, timely, consistent, science-based information and procedures to manage future health concerns which impact our schools. And that would be those would be my recommendations as we move these forward to the ASBA political agenda. Are there any questions at this time?
Vice President Sanowski, is it correct that the proposed items were due May 21st so that these would be submitted separately to the legislative committee and ASBA, not in a formal capacity, but simply to note that because we were not able to meet, this is what we discussed in our meeting?
That is correct, and I have reached out to ASBA and explained the situation, and they welcome our responses even at this time.
Thank you. With that, I will move to board member questions. Board member Beckman and then board member Hartwells.
I think board member Hartwells was before me. So.
Oh, I apologize. On mine, it is the other way. Board member Hartwells, my apologies.
It's no worries. Okay. Vice President Sanowski, could you please compare and/or contrast what you're suggesting be added to what's already on the priority issues for 2021? I'm seeing under the tab of adequately and equitably funding district schools to at least the national median per pupil funding. The number one bullet point is maximize state funding for nationally and locally competitive salaries to attract, recruit, and retain talented teachers and staff, including incentives for difficult to fill positions, which is very broad. I think what you were saying had a little bit more specificity to it. So I did not jot down what you said exactly. So can you just help me compare that to what's here?
Sure. Yes, it's along the very same lines as the first bullet point on the ASBA's political agenda priority issues. It basically is including more of the reflection of student populations. Yes, it's more specific. And then it also gives a reason why, other than, so that basically, because it is a political agenda, the general populace understands why there is a need to increase compensation to teachers. It's about attracting and retaining qualified educators so they stay in the profession, and that we are making an effort to attract and retain quality educators reflective of our student populations. So that is the addition on that one, Dr. Hartwells. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. That's very helpful. And then there was another component, if I understood properly, with respect to health, health and safety in our schools.
Yes. And that was the current priority issue, is manage the impact of COVID-19 in public schools. And given the fact that we don't know, it hasn't gone away, even though we've wished it away. We don't know what this is going to look like. And I, in considering the priorities listed, the issues listed by ASBA, none of them really talked about consistency of practice for managing the impact of COVID-19 on public schools. None of them talked about providing, focusing on science-based information. The bullet points under the manage the impact of COVID-19 on public schools talks about like holding harmless. You guys can all see this and read this too, but just for the general public, enacting a moratorium on school letter grades. It's more general and it's not as specific. I think we could all agree it would have been nice for us to have a very consistent practice from one district to another, so that districts really weren't being pitted against one another on who's doing what. So there was a consistency of recommendation based on true science.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Board Member Beckman?
Yeah, President Greenberg, you may have to refresh my memory on the process here with regard to how we make this discussion and the slate. I'm a little fuzzy on, if I recall, in the past we talked about whether we wanted to keep the same priority issues, and each board member really brought up whether they had two subsequent issues that they maybe wanted to focus on, and then how did we narrow it down? Because I remember the process a little different. It's not saying that this is not the way to handle it, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, if I recall, and that's a very good question. If I recall correctly, what we did was we submitted, we ended up talking quite a lot, and then we decided on we would send in our 5 to Sandra. Sandra would then tabulate them, and we would vote to approve the top 5 vote getters. I believe last year when we did it, there weren't really many changes. It was mainly questions or point raised about individual sub-agenda items. For example, Board Member Kravis wanted to know more information about mandatory, changing the mandatory school age, that you would have to stay in school until the age of 18. And so I brought that forward to the conference. This year, we are a little more fortunate in that not only do we have a delegate and an alternate delegate, but I was recently put on the legislative committee itself. So we are reviewing this next Friday, not this week's Friday, but a week from Friday. We will be reviewing these, for the 2022 political agenda setup. So since we've missed the deadline, my thought process was we would just have a truncated system where if we were okay with Vice President Sanowski's proposed ideas, we would simply approve those and let her carry on accordingly. But if the board wishes to instead go through now a process of identifying each of our 5, we can quickly tabulate which are the top 5, if that would be desired instead.
No, and that wasn't really what I was getting at. I just wanted to understand the process so that we weren't necessarily creating a new process, if that made sense. And and I appreciated Dr. Hartwell's question with regard to Vice President Sanowski's just kind of more of a granular or deep dive into these tabs. So if I'm understanding it correctly, we are still, your recommendation is to stay with the same exact priority issues, just create more detail with regard to them, with, like, for instance, with COVID, make sure that stays the same, more of a uniform approach would have been desired, that type of thing. Adequate funding as it relates to districts, making sure there's enough funding to have a competitive salary as it relates to attracting and retaining our staff, right? Is that where I mean, I know we went a lot deeper, but.
Vice
Correct.
President Sanowski.
Okay.
Yes, correct. And to Board President Greenberg's point, our meeting was on the 18th. It started on the 18th. And these were due on the 21st. The plan was for us to actually have the discussion, but because of the need to recess that meeting, we had to basically bypass the process that has been practiced in the past. So yeah, this is a new, if anyone has any objections to these, I'm open to modifying these, but otherwise it would be keeping the same priority issues, but then on the bullet points that are included in the political agenda documents that we received, adding and going into further detail on things that could improve the political agenda.
Okay, so my last question or point on that would be that we get a copy as board members, should we all agree with this discussion. I would like to see that formalized kind of final draft on what we submitted as a board with that detail that you're suggesting in there, just so we have it.
Absolutely, I'll send that to everyone this evening after we complete this meeting. And if you could get back to me as soon as possible, because they were due on Friday.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. And I would agree with Board Member Beckman that we don't want to, I don't think we are creating a new plan moving forward. I think it's just because of this specific incident that unless again, we could do it tonight if we wanted to. I don't think that seems to be the desire. But yes, moving forward, the idea would be to continue with the process we had in place where we each identify our 5, we tabulate it, and then approve the 5 largest vote getters. One of the main issues was we did receive these just before our first meeting in May. So our agenda was already set and pretty full, and it didn't work out timing wise, and hopefully we will do a better job of that in the future. So I apologize for the truncated time. That is my fault.
And President Greenberg, you bring up a good point. Just so we may had clarity tonight for the other board members and for the public that may be watching this. I appreciate Vice President Sanowski's work, and it looks great, and your thought that you put into it sounds wonderful. But I just wanted to be clear that normally and going forward, there is a way for board members to kind of have their own voice in this process, not necessarily just the ASBA rep. You can, as a board member, say, these are things I'd like to add to. We just had to have a kind of a truncated process because of this limited time frame that we're under. And I think we're all in agreement too.
Yep, that's correct.
Do any other board members have any questions or comments? Well, I appreciate this very thorough discussion, and I believe the appropriate motion would be to move to approve the existing priorities with the additional amendments that Vice President Sanowski has made. Does anyone have an issue with that motion? Okay, the chair moves to approve the existing priorities for submission to Arizona School Boards Association for the 2022 political agenda with the additional amendments provided by Vice President Sanowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Beckman seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve the existing priorities for submission to Arizona School Boards Association for the 2022 political agenda with the amendments presented by Vice President Sanowski. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to action item 9B, approval of expenditure and extension of Discovery Education instructional materials. Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, President Greenberg and members of the governing board. Last but not least, we're bringing forward a recommendation for an expenditure and extension of Discovery Education materials. Here with us tonight are Dr. Guerin and Barb Reinhardt to do a short presentation and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. President Greenberg, Vice President Sanowski, governing board members, cabinet, and guests. I'd like to introduce Barb Reinhardt, our curriculum science academic coach, who will present our proposal for an extension of Discovery Education.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to be looking really at two different platforms in Discovery Education. One's called the Experience and the other's called the Science Textbook. Next slide, please. And here's a little history of how we got involved with these two platforms. The Discovery Ed Experience was formerly known as United Streaming or Discovery Streaming, and the Science Education Science Textbook was actually adopted in 2012 as part of the blended learning model for science education K-12. Next slide. So first, let's talk about the Experience. The state used to provide United Streaming to all the schools in Arizona. And then we had this thing called budget cuts, and the state quit doing that. But SUSD continued to provide the service, which by then had changed to Discovery Streaming at the time. And we had so many people that used it that's why the district decided to keep doing it. And it supplements all curriculum, providing an opportunity for integration across the content areas. It's provided for all 29 sites, K-12, and the Experience provides resources that align to standards for ELA, math, social studies, and other contents. So it started with the state and we continued it. Okay, the next slide. And then in 2012, we decided to adopt the Science Textbook. At the time, I felt we were a little ahead of our time. In 2012, we knew that the blended learning model, hands-on science with online technology, showed the greatest student achievement. The textbook is provided for all 29 sites, all teachers K-12, and all students in the district. It's tied directly into our standards. I do want to make clear, we're not looking at an adoption at this point because we're not up for an adoption. Our contract has expired and we're looking to extend the contract. Next slide. Here you can see people use it with individual students, with small groups and centers, and probably one of the ways it's used the most is with teachers embedded into their lessons. Next slide. You can just read a couple testimonies. Here's what we know about our resources. If teachers like them and kids like them, we use them. We can go to the next slide because I believe you had a chance. This is just some basic usage. If you look here, we can do this by site. You can see the textbook and you can see the Experience. The STEM Connect is only used by a couple of our schools that are going for STEAM certification. Next slide will show you the totals. As you can see, we have over 1,147,000 usages a year. We have literally thousands of kids use Discovery Ed every single month. Hundreds of teachers use it for every single month. I would venture to say it's one of our most popular resources that we use in our district. Next slide. I know there's been some conversation about how do we know when new content is added. Well, first of all, the textbook, science textbook stays pretty much the same. We don't add new content to that unless they remake the whole program. But for the Discovery Ed experience, and we've worked with them for 15 years on a successful partnership using these materials with open lines of communication. And they have 3 ways of letting us know. First of all, every teacher, when they open up their teacher page, down in the corner has a little orange button. They click on it, and there will open up the Resource and Help Center, and it'll show them what's new. They do a monthly release, and they're shared the first Friday of every month about what's new in their content. And then also the teacher can go to their professional learning page on the teacher's main page and also see what's new every month. Next slide. So the cost has gone up for the 8 years that we've been using this. And we're talking with our reps. If we bundle these 2 platforms, we're going to save about $26,000 a year. And since the science adoption isn't scheduled until 2023 to 24 to start, we really need to extend our contract. I mean, this is written into our curriculum maps. It's really part of the science program until we do some other type of adoption. And it's used by all teachers teaching science. So this 3-year contract can be paid yearly at a cost of $289,000. The experience has always been paid by IT for an amount of, with the increase would be $83,593 for next 3 years, and it would be $205,407 for the textbook that's paid by curriculum. We're ready for questions.
Thank you. Board Member Hart-Wells.
All right. Thank you, Board President Greenberg, and thank you, Ms. Reiner and Dr. Guerin. And thank you for your conversation electronically that we've had over the last few days and providing lots of information. I have a few follow-up questions. But first, let me start with Ms. Reiner. I'm glad to see you are with us. I heard you tried to retire on us.
Well, actually, that's still happening.
Well, we're glad you're here. So, first, this is a little bit of a softball, but just to clear up for my mind. So you mentioned that the STEM Connect component is being used by some of the schools who are seeking the STEAM certification, but yet the STEM Connect module is not in this proposal. No. Will it not be available then for the schools that were using it?
No, they're involved in another program totally with PD for the STEAM certification. And that's part of the packaging that we pay for already that is on a totally separate program.
Okay, so STEM Connect was not teed up to expire?
No.
Okay, great. How about this coding component? And we don't have to, if this is a bigger story, I want to hear it, but probably not tonight. We're all exhausted. But the coding component, is that a like a code.org type component?
They have a platform for coding. Anybody can use it. It's actually part of the experience. So we don't pay extra for that, and anybody can use that.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, I would be interested to see that actually. My other questions. Okay, I also had asked, and I'm going to guess that at the moment either it's not possible or there wasn't enough time to get it. And that is there a way to get the usage by grade cohort?
I have to check with them. We can do it by school, and we can do it by teacher. But not necessarily by grade as far as I know. I mean, I've been working with them for many years, but I will double check that. I had put a call into the rep, I guess it was Friday, but she's actually hasn't been available. But I don't know that we can run it by grade level, but we can do it by school or teacher.
Okay, but there would, if it by teacher, then you could cross-reference to know. So that some kind of bore down a little bit more here, and tie that to academic performance. Okay, and that gets to my next comment, which was that in one of my questions with respect to academic outcomes and the impact of this particular supplemental material. First of all, it warmed my heart to hear you say this was one of our most popular supplemental materials for science. I love that. But one of the comments, the response that you had provided that we don't have clean data on tracking the academic outcomes with respect to DE usage because of the context of the FOSS kits being used. And I guess I would just say that I think that data is still valuable, just with the context that the FOSS kits is an integrated component to deliver the hands-on experience. Presumably that's what the kits are being used for. And I also want to point out and I don't know if the public knows this kind of little analysis that you described to us here at the board that was presented. I don't know if you presented this in Boston or not, but to me, this was an example of what we're seeing and being suggested to address learning acceleration, and that is this, rather than remediation, actually using these assessments in an acceleration type approach. And I'll just, one observation in reading and if you'd like to share this experiment with the community, I think you should, because I think this was very interesting. But one observation I made here is that this discovery education component and these assessments that you used in the board builders has an AI component to it. And it is artificial intelligence that is really complementing the teacher instruction to yield almost, because the two components of cognitive function to yield this academic acceleration that you observed in these two cohorts of students. And I think that that's informative for this summer and how we're going to be for the next couple of years addressing learning acceleration. And artificial intelligence is a component of that to do this properly, right, in a just-in-time type of business model. So I thought that was very interesting from that perspective. And I know everyone's exhausted and we're probably the last 7 people on this call for this meeting. But I would hope that at some point that the public learns what this, what was presented in Boston. So I think that was very compelling, and it's a compelling something to learn, finding for us to use in a broader context for all of the learning acceleration efforts. And so with that, I will be quiet and thank you very much for your work. I'm really glad you're here, and I look forward to working with you in the next 3 years in science literacy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lindsay.
Just a quick comment before the end of the year to thank Barb for all the wonderful things that she's done for our students and teachers and making sure that our students get an excellent science education. We're very lucky, so thank you.
Thank you. It's been 25 years of pure joy. I really loved working here in SUSD and working with science, of course.
Are there any further board member questions or comments? Vice President Zanowski.
I would like to also thank Barb Reinhardt. Barb has been an amazing mentor to so many teachers as they come into Scottsdale schools, and not just mentors, but also veteran teachers. She's been a great support system. So Barb, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we should let her go anywhere. We'll rope her back.
Barb, thank you so much. My only question is on the usage that you reported. Some of the schools have very limited usage, it would appear. I think Chaparral was at the very bottom. Is there a reason why it drops off so much for some of those schools? And I mean, given that it's a product and a tool that looks like it really works and brings a lot of benefits to students, is there a way to really integrate that more into our curriculum at those sites?
Well, we always look at that data at the end of every year and say, okay, and sometimes it might be higher and lower. I'll tell you something, this is kind of interesting. It actually is lower this year than it was last year. And you wouldn't think that with COVID. But because so many people were grabbing things from all over, they were using other types of resources out there. But what I can tell you, we can rest assured, we know these are tied into our standards. It is, you know, and it's done with the 5E model. We know it's really good science. So we will look at that and we will definitely have those conversations. Sometimes I will tell you, when there's a lot of higher level science courses, they tend to use more AP curriculum, you know, honors curriculum. So sometimes that might be part of the issue too. But we definitely go and look and do PD wherever we can and show new features of what you can use it for. So.
Great, I appreciate that clarification. Vice President Sanowski?
Yes, as I'm aware, the grades in Discovery Ed have to be transferred back into the grade book by hand. Is there a way for us to connect it so that the teachers don't have to spend the time transferring that?
We are still working on that. The two systems don't really talk to each other. However, I think we're going to be putting Discovery Ed on the Clever platform, and that might open that door. But it's definitely something we keep looking at.
That would be super, because I know that gets to be a point of frustration for teachers.
Vice President Sanowski, we just have this vision with this data dashboard of making all the systems play nice in the sandbox. So I'm going to let you know if we get there, because that's what that's what teachers need.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, that would be great.
Well, thank you again, Ms. Reinert, and congratulations on your retirement. I know you're going to be very, very sorely missed.
Thank you.
With that, do I have any motions on action item 9B, approval of expenditure and extension of Discovery Education instructional materials?
So moved.
Board Member Hartwell's moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Lindsay seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board approve action item 9B, approval of expenditure and extension of Discovery Education instructional materials. Is there any further debate? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The board will now move to to agenda item 10, future items. Board members may propose topics for future consideration. Are there any future topics of consideration for board members? There are no future items at this time. The board will move to agenda item. Apologies, Board Member Hartwells.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find my notes. Yes, thank you.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
I would like to request that consider an assessment of parity in course offerings across the district to students in the same cohorts, and specifically meaning where pre-K and preschool is offered geographically and the number of students served, K through 5, middle 6 through 8, and then lastly 9 through 12. And while your mind is probably going into the vertical integration approach of each of the individual buildings and their course offerings. And yes, that is part of what I'm asking. But I am also asking you to think about how to improve parity. And I wish to strongly encourage you to think about the lines of a broad systems approach. For example, to consider the investment that's been made in technology this year, the hardware, the software, the training, both formal and informal, that has occurred throughout this extraordinary year. This investment should be leveraged. I encourage that the administration consider the technological investment as an investment in an effective platform that offers mirrored tools to address improvements in parity as opposed to maybe other kind of more traditional ways to deal with it. So I see this as a new tool, a new arrow in the quiver. That is my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hartwells, and I echo that request. Board Member Lindsay?
Yep, just two really quick. I would think it'd be helpful to get an assessment overview since we have all these various assessments, just to learn more about how they all work together. And then also, and this may be better for the Finance and Facilities Committee, but I'd really like to hear about the school safety. So.
Thank you, Board Member Lindsay. I echo those as well. Are there any additional future items for consideration? Thank you very much. The board will now move to agenda item 11, dates of upcoming meetings. Next meeting is Tuesday, June 8th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Special governing board meeting at the MDA. Monday, Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, 3 p.m. the regular governing board member meeting at Coronado High School, although I believe that meeting is going to be pushed back to 5. Are there any governing board reports? With no governing board reports, board member Vice President Sanowski.
Thank you. I couldn't type it fast enough. Yes, I'd like to share the great student work and staff work that's been going on, and I've been thrilled with the ability to view the Navajo STEAM Showcase that took place quite some time ago, the kindergarten through 6th grade. It was great to see that. Also to work and coordinate with AAUW in donating over 400 books to Navajo Elementary. That was a lot of fun working with some of our community members. Along with board member Beckman, going to, I know her daughter was one of the inductees for the NHS, but being there for that. Attending the Coronado Thespian event with vignettes with performances from Edgar Allan Poe, and those were led by Chelsea Retzloff, pardon me, Chelsea, and Desert Canyon Theater, I'm a Teenager, Get Me Out of This Family production that was performed last week, led by Mrs. Kelly O'Rourke, with board member Beckman attending, and Dr. Menzel attending the Saguaro Math and Science Academy graduates that was organized by Susan Lindberg. And then listening to this morning, the Tonalea Band and Strings Showcase led by Miss Allison Hogue. And I'm telling you, those band and string teachers to earn every single penny that they make. It was really great to see the progress of the students, or to hear the progress of the students, and to see some great performances. So that's been really a nice, been kind of a nice addition to this this stint here. So I've enjoyed that.
Thank you, Vice President Sanowski. Yep. Board Member Lindsay.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Coronado recently had a senior signing day for the students who have committed to college, a university, a branch of the military, or a trade school. They also had a play, a dance, a choir concert that were all big successes. And then also a couple weeks ago, Dr. Hartwells and I attended their senior awards, and it was a fantastic event. I was blown away by the kids. It amazed me all the awards and scholarships they received. So.
Thank you, Board Member Lindsay. Board Member Beckman.
Board Vice President Chanowski reminded me of something. I had the good fortune to attend the IB graduation at Desert Mountain, and I want to give kind of a shout out to Board Member Hartwell's daughter, who graduated from the IB program at Desert Mountain, and it was a fantastic program. A lot of praise for those kids that have worked really hard. Exciting to see what they're going to do. And on a fun note, a while back I attended Saguaro Century of Song, and if any board members have not had the pleasure of going to Century of Song, they always do a teacher number at the end, parent-teacher number, and this year they sang the song Taking Care of Business. So you can imagine how fun that was to see about 20 of our best educators up there singing that. So anyway, it was all good.
Thank you, Board Member Beckman. Board Member Hartwells.
Yes, I'm just going to end with a congratulations to all of our students and our teachers. In particular, I want to congratulate all the seniors, the student recipients of the Charo's Outstanding Student Awards, and all the students and their families that were honored this evening. And I also, for those students who, regardless of your grade, if you earned a scholarship, a certificate, a recognition, you met an AR goal, you participated in the STEAM showcase. I too watched some of those were great. Participated in a musical performance or a play where you earned a pat on the back from your neighbor, your friend, or your coach. I want to say congratulations to you, all of us. It was quite a year. And in particular to the seniors who are rounding out this chapter of their very young lives. And just let you know that you've been emotionally strengthened by this year, and it is my hope that regardless of your GPA, your standardized test scores, that you draw on that strength and the resilience in the next chapter. So congratulations.
Thank you, Board Member Hartwells, and I would like to follow that up with congratulations to our class of 2021 and all of our students and staff. This has been a very difficult school year. I know that we're all looking forward to a bit of a break after Thursday and some much deserved celebrations Thursday night and throughout this week with graduations and promotion ceremonies. So thank you all. We could not do and we could not be the district we are without our amazing staff and students. Are there any further board member comments or comments on governing board reports? If not, the chair moves to adjourn this regular board meeting of the Scottsdale Unified Number 48 Governing Board on May 24th, 2021. The time is 10:03 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Sanowski seconds. It is moved and seconded that the board adjourn this regular meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0. The meeting is adjourned at 10:03 p.m. Thank you so much for watching.